Members, 5 minutes. Please come to the chamber so we can get started in 5 minutes. Members, come to the chamber. Thank you.
All right.
The House will come to order. Representative Faulkner, you're recognized for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this being National Holocaust Remembrance Day, I am proud to introduce Rabbi Scott Kramer of the synagogue. I told him I was going to mess this up. Agudath Israel Atzah Hayim Synagogue.
It's okay. You did good.
Thank you for being with us, Rabbi Kramer.
El Malay Rachamim is a prayer that is recited at Jewish funerals. O God of mercy is how it starts. It is recited to evoke tender memories of the dead and to emphasize the unbroken bond that continues to exist between the living and the dead. A special version of this prayer was written for all of those murdered during the Holocaust, both Jew and non-Jew. I will chant this prayer in a moment. As I recite this prayer in Hebrew and English, I recall those Holocaust survivors that I had the honor of calling friend, having asked several of them to adopt me. I remember with fondness Ruth Scheuer Ziegler, who survived Theresienstadt, Auschwitz, and Birkenau concentration camps. Her and her sister Ilse both survived, moved to Birmingham, lived next door to each other, and died within a week of each other in 2022. I recall her telling me about a tender moment she and Ilse had with their father Jacob in Birkenau right before selection. Jacob hugged his two daughters and recited a blessing to them that parents recite to children on Friday nights as the Sabbath is beginning. That was the last time Ruth and Ilse ever saw their father, who was selected and went directly to the gas chamber. I will continue that unbroken bond that continues to exist between myself and Ruth and Ilse and all the others that have been murdered during the Holocaust. Il malei rachamim shochein b'maromim hamitzei menucha nechona tachat kanfei hashchina b'malo kedoshim utarim gezora harakia mazirim L'nishmot kol acheinu b'nei Yisrael shenitbechu b'shoah anashim nashim v'taf shenechnechu shenisrefu v'nehergu shemasru et nafshem al kiddush Hashem began Eden tehei menuchatam Anahal barachamim hastirem beseter kanafech laolamim utzror betzor achayim et nishmotehem Adonai hu nachlatam v'yanuch v'shalamam mishkotehem v'nomar Amen. God, full of compassion, who dwells in the heights, providing a fitting rest upon the wings of the Shekhinah of God's presence, within the ascents of the holy and the pure, who shine like the starry heaven for our 6 million sisters and brothers who lost their lives in the Shoah, that were killed and slaughtered, suffocated and buried alive, burned and tortured, the young and the elderly, women and men, leaders and simpletons, those faithful in Torah along with rebels and dreamers, beloved and pleasant in life and not separated from that love even after death, providing a fitting rest to the souls of members of the many other religions and nationalities who fell victim to the predatory appetite of the Nazis, including those who opposed the murderous regime, gays and lesbians, Romani people, and people with bodily or mental disabilities, along with many others that they found unworthy of life. Provide a fitting rest to the souls of all those who fought for life and liberty, those who sacrificed their lives to save the lives of others, those who clung to the values of life and love, even while in the valley of the shadow of death, and those who grabbed weapons to battle their oppressors. O land, do not cover their blood. Do not be a resting place for their screams. May our lives be a monument to their memories. May their memory serve to strengthen our belief in the ultimate triumph of good over evil, of truth over falsehood, and of freedom over subjugation. Master of compassion, safeguard them in your wings forever and bind their souls in the everlasting matrix of life. May they rest in the Garden of Eden. May God be their inheritance, and may they rest in peace wherever they may be lying. May their righteousness be a source of merit for us and for all of Israel, and for all those who fight for freedom, justice, and peace. And we all say, Amen.
Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ethan Byrne. He is a sixth grader and attends Pike Road Intermediate. He is the guest of Representative Ensler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Stodhagen, Standridge, Starn, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"69 members advance roll. Quorum is present. House is ready to transact business. Chair recognizes Representative Faulkner for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today is Yom HaShoah, which is around the world is the Holocaust Remembrance Day. As I was saying, members, today is the it's the World Holocaust Remembrance Day on May 7th this year. We have done this here on the floor and recognized that day, I think every year since 2015. You heard Rabbi Kramer give our prayer today, and he spoke about Ruth and her sister, and there's other survivors, including them, who have sat right here on this floor, and we recognize them. Unfortunately, this year, we do not have any survivors here with us today. We still have some left that live in the state of Alabama, but we're losing them each year. But I wanted y'all to know that's important that we recognize them, and you'll see pictures of survivors, many of whom sat on this floor, and you recognize them. We pass a resolution every year in Alabama. Many of you know that the state of Alabama, even before the United States, was the first to recognize and call for the nation of Israel and its sovereignty. Today, we also recognize those survivors that we lost this past year. Leonid Shilkrot is the survivor who we lost since we did this last year. Leonid sat right here in front of Pro Tem Pringle's seat in a chair that we had for him. And I apologize, Mr. Speaker, I was supposed to ask for floor privileges for the Commission of the Holocaust, the president of the Alabama Holocaust Commission, Dan Puckett.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is granted.
Sorry about that, Dan. As I was saying, survivor Leonid Shilkrot, who we lost in last year, sat right here on this floor. Leonid was born in the small Jewish village of Gershenova on July 23, 1930, to a religiously observant family. On June 22, 1941, the Nazis invaded Ukraine and made rapid advances through the land. Leonid was 11 years old when the Germans marched through his village, ending his childhood and his education. The Nazis later expelled the Shilkrots and the rest of the Jews of Gershenova to the Ribinitsa ghetto. Inside the ghetto, the family lived in a one-room apartment with several other families. The Nazi took Leonid's father to the ghetto's prison, where he disappeared. The Nazis took Leonid was forced to work loading and unloading railroad cars. His mother cleaned streets. Finding food became a daily focus. He went to the ghetto's food kitchen for meager rations. One day, while secretly gathering fruit in a grove outside of town, Leonid witnessed a group of Jews, discovered by the Nazis in nearby villages, ordered to march to an unknown destiny. While hiding, he heard gunshots and later emerged to find the entire group murdered. As conditions for Jews deteriorated, he witnessed Romanian soldiers gathering a group of women and children to transfer them to the ghetto, and recalls one soldier stabbing a mother and child with his bayonet. Every day we were alive was a holiday, he says. In March 1944, the Soviets liberated that ghetto. Leonid married Sophia Rotenberg in 1954. He finished college and worked as a manager in a factory for over 30 years. In 1990, he moved to our hometown of Birmingham with his wife and 3 sons and their families. Leonid's biggest challenge was learning English. Y'all might remember him here. He didn't speak very good English when he was here with us on the floor. Coming from a religious family, Leonid says, quote, "Religion was in my heart in Russia. I could not practice it openly. After I came to the United States of America, I can finally practice religion without fear." I will now ask Dan Puckett, who is president of the Alabama Holocaust Commission, to come forward and say a few remarks.
Thank you, David. You know, it's always an honor to come to the floor of the House. I think this is the 5th or 6th year since I've been so honored to do this. And I want to bring greetings on behalf of the Alabama Holocaust Commission, which was created by the Alabama legislature in 1999 for 2 purposes. One is to hold a commemoration during the Days of Remembrance, and we just finished with our commemoration. And the other is to promote Holocaust education throughout the state. And it's through your support that you allow us to do that. I would like to recognize members of the commission on the legislature. Representative Faulkner is a member of the commission, Representative Garrett, and Representative Insler, who just went out, but he is on the commission as well. I'd also like to recognize Representative Carnes, who was an integral part of getting the Alabama Holocaust Commission established in the legislature back in 1999. And also, Senator Jabbo Wagner is a member of the commission as well. And we couldn't do what we do without the tremendous support of the commissioners, especially those here in the room, and of your support. So thank you very much.
And now, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Speaker, may we read the resolution that we have passed?
Mr. Clerk, let's read the resolution, please.
Whereas the Alabama Holocaust Commission will host a 2024 State Yom HaShoah commemoration on May 2nd, 2024, to observe the passage of the Yom HaShoah. The Alabama Holocaust Commission is overjoyed to announce that this year's Yom HaShoah commemoration will be held at the Alabama Department of Archives and History. And whereas Yom HaShoah was instituted by Israel in 1951 as a day of commemoration for the 6 million Jewish men, women, and children who perished in the Holocaust, the largest manifestation of hate and intolerance in modern history. And whereas for Yom HaShoah, commemorations may include synagogue services, communal vigils, and educational programs. The lighting of memorial candles and reciting of prayers for the departed are generally featured in the solemn ceremony. And whereas Alabamians not only mourn the Jews lost in the Holocaust, but also the Holocaust survivors who have died within the last year, they will be dearly missed after decades of sharing their stories and spreading awareness of the horrors they personally witnessed and their memories of those who suffered and died during the Holocaust. It was their stories of the brutality of the concentration camps, the tattoos, the squalid conditions, the forced labor, the hideous medical experiments, the starvation, and the gas chambers that drove home the unspeakable horrors they endured. And whereas American screenwriter and playwright Rod Serling spoke these words on why humanity must never forget the Holocaust and why the concentration camps must never be torn down. All the Dachau's must remain standing. The Dachau's, the Belsens, the Buchenwalds, the Auschwitzes, all of them. They must remain standing because they are a monument to a moment in time when some men decided to turn the earth into a graveyard. Into it, they shoveled all of their reason, their logic, their knowledge, but worst of all, their conscience. And the moment we forget this, the moment we cease to be haunted by its remembrance, then we become the gravediggers. Something to remember, not just in the twilight zone, but wherever men walk God's earth. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that on this momentous occasion of Yom HaShoah commemoration, sponsored by the Alabama Holocaust Commission on May 2nd, 2024, we recognize and honor the memory of the lives lost in the Holocaust, the survivors who have died over the last year, and we honor those survivors who remain among us. Be it further resolved that events such as this year's Yom HaShoah commemoration are vital to ensuring that Alabamians and the people of the world never, ever forget the significance and the horror that was the Holocaust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for this recognition. Clay, for writing a beautiful resolution and reading it so beautifully, too. May we always remember and never forget. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just an update of where we are on this day. We've had House bills introduced to number 494, Senate bills introduced 349. The total House bills that have passed both houses is 115. Total Senate bills that's passed both houses, 107. So total number of acts, bills, and joint resolutions signed by the governor so far, 237. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 27th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 27th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, read the journal dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and we reconvene tomorrow, May the 8th at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion prevails. The clerk will now receive reports from the standing committee and receive those reports throughout the day. The House is in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The House now will receive the resolution report from the Committee on Rules. Clerk will read the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 256 by Representative Warren commending Dr. Charlotte P. Morris for her years of service to Tuskegee University. House Joint Resolution number 262 by Representative Simpson commending Sue Ellen Brill Brazil on her installation as the 5th International President of the General Federation of Women's Clubs. Senate Joint Resolution number 75 by Senator Allen commemorating the 40th anniversary of the Alabama Indian Affairs Commission.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Resolution number 263 by Representative Garrett, establishing a legislative study commission to study K-12 school education funding.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk will now see the next resolution. The clerk now will call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 484 by Representative Lawrence relating to Wilcox County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 66 ayes, 0 nays. BLR is adopted. Question now is final passage of 484. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 19 ayes, 0 nays. HB 484 has passed. Mr. Clerk, let's call the next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 488 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 56 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now before the body is final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 9 ayes, 0 nays. HB 488 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 489 by Representative Lawrence relating to Wilcox County.
Question for the body now is the adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 59 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 489. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 489 has passed. Mr. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 490 by Representative Lawrence, relating to Wilcox County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 56 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 490. Clerk unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 490 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 152 by Senator Sessions, relating to Mobile County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 52 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of SB 152. Clerk unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 18 ayes, 0 nays. 152 has passed. Mr. Clerk, let's call the next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 269 by Senator Williams, relating to the city of Sims.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 55 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage. Clerk unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 19 ayes, 0 nays. SB 269 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 316 by Senator Hatcher, relating to Montgomery County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. Clerk unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 53 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of SB 316. Clerk unlock the machine. The members vote. I'd like to recognize in the gallery the Alpha Women's Leadership from Lee County, the guest of the Lee County delegation. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 264 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move for adoption.
All those in Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes,
Trying to
ma'am.
make sure I have the right. I hear that when I went to get copies, I was told they were not available because they just received the
Certainly.
list. So I'm trying to make sure I have the right list.
Yes, ma'am. You should
Was
have
it-
the yellow copy, and I apologize. We didn't meet today till 12:30, so our staff had to hustle to get the copies made for everybody in time.
Now, these bills on this, is this the sheet I'm working from? The yellow copy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So all of these are the bills that we're entertaining. There are there's none outside of these.
Not for this calendar, no, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, Rick. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Mr. Clerk, let's call the first bill on special order calendar.
On page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 328 by Senator Wagner, relating to community development districts.
Representative Wadsworth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 328 is a community development district bill that we've added a section to it dealing with a particular area in Coleman County. And basically what it is, it creates a community development district for an area of 500 or more acres of a contiguous land in a dry area connected to Smith Lake. Must have a hotel or lodge or rental homes on it with a minimum of 100 marina, a clubhouse, more than one restaurant, bar, or tavern in that area, a conference center, and provides memberships and allows alcohol sales in that area.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
I don't think this year. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So I think I heard you say this is specific to Coleman County.
That's correct.
Could you help me to understand why it has become a general bill as opposed to a local bill?
I think, I'm not 100% sure why it is. The Coleman is not listed in this bill, but the property that it's going to be dealing with is in Coleman County.
Okay, so Coleman is not in the bill,
It doesn't list it in the bill.
but it is designated, or it's not designated, but it's with Coleman County being in the interest.
That's correct. That's
And
correct.
so we couldn't have done that by a local bill?
I don't think so when you're dealing with the community development districts.
I'm sorry?
When you're dealing with the community development districts, I don't think you can. I think it has to be a general bill. And we just come back and just add, over the years, we've just come back and added a section dealing with different areas for that area.
I don't have a copy of the bill because I'm waiting to get my copies. No, what I'm trying to do is, lately we've been hearing of local bills that are being presented as general bills. So I'm trying to see if this is where this one is headed. Is this like when they was trying to put, people could walk on the street with wine? Is it similar to that? You know, when you create these entertainment districts, is this similar to that? Tell me exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, what it does, it creates a community development district, which is similar to an entertainment district, but they have to have certain items in the bill in order to comply with this. This particular one has to be at least 500 acres of land with a clubhouse, golf course, hotel. It's located next to a imported reservoir, which is Smith Lake. Has to have.
And that reservoir is what is it called?
Impounded reservoir of a river, which
Okay.
is part of Smith Lake.
Okay.
Has to have a marina with not less than 50 boat slips or storage facilities. Has to have a clubhouse, a restaurant, bar, tavern with a seating capacity of at least 50 patrons, a conference center, and it has to have memberships that is not impacted by race, color, creed, religion, or national origin.
So it would be open to the public.
That's
Would there
correct.
be a fee for
there'll
becoming? It sounds like some type of membership club. Is there a fee associated? Will there be a fee associated with this?
There's a fee associated with the Indy Golf Course.
But not for the building, not for the entertainment area, the bar, and that particular.
No, it's open to the public.
So,
And
will there be any housing or hotels, anything to this?
Yeah, there's a hotel, lodge, or rental houses with a minimum of 100 rooms, and it's also set up where they think it's probably going to be it'll be above 500 acres, but there'll be housing subdivisions throughout the entire
Okay.
area too. They think it may generate anywhere from $5 to $10 million in school sales tax just for the local area. It's a pretty big project.
So what's the projected completion date time?
I want to say sometimes in 25 for part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will this development be around Smith Lake?
It will be. It'll connect to Smith Lake on the between. I guess you can say it on the Jefferson County side of Coleman County.
That's why Jalbo and Wagner's bringing this bill, because this is my concern. Having served as the director of the Industrial Water Board that did the management of Smith Lake as drinking water for the city of Birmingham, I'd like to know what type of environmental impact studies for the development that you're talking about have they done as to the impact on the waterways. And the other thing, I think you mentioned something about the dam.
Yeah, it's actually north.
I know where it's located. That was one of our sites for drinking water for Birmingham. Smith Lake, Inland Lake, Mulberry Fork were the developments of the Industrial Water Board when I was chair. So I know about the whole area that was there. That's why I'm concerned about what type of environmental impact study that has been done for this magnitude of a development to be occurring so close along Inland Lake and its coastlines, and to come so close to the dam, because I know before it was merged into the Birmingham Water Board, we had to do significant work on repair and rebuilding the dam itself because of, I guess, time and age, to make sure that it holds and don't burst or have any cracks. I know at that time, we monitored real constantly. So I'm just with that additional traffic in, around, and that close to the dam, and with the impact of the developing, because you know it's a lot of land there to be developed. I'm just concerned about that water, and that water not only serves the citizens in Jefferson County, but I know while I was on the water board, we purchased St. Clair County because their water system was in disrepair, and they asked us to purchase and upgrade it. So you got water going into St. Clair County. You have waters that goes into Walker County that they asked us because of some problems that they had if we could provide waters there. So for the number of people that you're talking about that we service in the first place, and this magnitude, I think we've had a bill before about development along Smith Lake. I don't know what happened to it. It's been a few years since it came up, but do you have recorded anywhere any type of environmental impact on that waterway that provides water to thousands of people in the state of Alabama, and how and what precautions or provisions they got in as far as the development is concerned to make sure that that waterway is not contaminated?
Yeah, this is part of the preliminary stages of the project, and it at some point that would be done.
I think it needs to be done prior to the project going forth, because it does no good after the fact to say, oops. And you know, right now, as many parts of Alabama, and I know especially Birmingham, we've got this ongoing water war with Atlanta because they overbuilt, and they want to dip into the Coosa all the time. And if they are ever able to dam it up, it'll be a catastrophe for the state of Alabama. But I think when you're talking about this magnitude, and you look at to give you a better picture of how Smith Lake served the customers that the Birmingham Water Works service, during the summer months, since Inland and Smith Lake are natural water sources.
Yeah.
So that you have to pay close attention because it's a natural stream of water that's provided there for the lake. But if you don't come in and do your impact study before, and you know, when you get to developers, they promise us a lot. But when the work starts to happening and the money starts to rolling in, the last thing they think about is the preservation of the waterway, because that's is being used for drinking water and recreational purposes to some extent. But I know that used to be one of the main sources of our water that we always make sure we monitor the usage of people with their boats and how much garbage and thing they throw into that water. So I think it's really important when you realize that Smith Lake, along with the Inland and Mulberry Fork and the Coosa, are extremely important to us having the quality of drinking water, especially Smith and Inland, since they are natural streams.
Well, let me mention this. Several years ago, I don't know if you remember this, but Curry, the community of Curry, was trying to establish their own water system. And what we ended up doing, they did environmental studies related to that, and the effect of it was by them coming into the other side of Smith Lake and taking part of the water there, the impact was like a ½ inch was what they would be withdrawing out of Smith Lake. And that
But
was
you know,
part of
we're having more drought now.
Yeah.
In fact, we're still in drought across the state of Alabama. And I think that when you're talking about development along our waterways that we use for drinking water throughout this state of Alabama, we have to be extra cautious about it, because we're in a drought, and even with the rainfalls that we've had, it's apparent we haven't, especially in central Alabama, we have not cured that drought situation, you know, so we want to be awful careful with the fact that doing this level of development, we can easily make that source of water unusable for the people that need it as drinking water and for life itself. But I just wanted to put that out because I know we've had a bill before that's talked about development along Smith Lake. But I think and I know it may or may not happen, but we need to continue to monitor the process as it goes. And I would think that you would want to update it. Yeah. Water impact, because a few years ago when they probably did an impact study, we weren't in this long of a drought situation in the state of Alabama, and especially in the central part of the state of Alabama. So it's probably something that you need to update, and as they go along, with the development, we need to monitor everything that they do in this development with construction. And you're talking about allowing alcohol. So now it's a great possibility we're going to end up with more plastic thrown over into Smith Lake. We're going to end up with more bottles thrown over into Smith Lake, which, like I said, is a natural stream that God gave us. Yeah. And then for us not to pay attention and be a little more conservative about the level of construction that you allow to be around that stream of water.
Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Well, Gentleman Yield.
Yes.
Representative Wadsworth, I appreciate you bringing this bill. You and Senator Wagner.
Yeah.
This area, is it already developed?
It's not. It's not. It's actually about 19 miles on Highway 69 from Coleman and 19 miles from Jasper. And it's midways.
Okay. And but it's the area is defined as to what is going to be developed?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Well, I appreciate you bringing the bill, and Senator Wagner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett. Be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield. Tell me what counties are included or affected by this legislation?
Just Coleman County.
That's Coleman County.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, sir.
All the land that's in here is in Coleman County.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Question for the body now is the adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 85 ayes, 3 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Wadsworth.
If there's not any other questions on that, just move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
I'm trying to make sure I understand. There's already a development district in that area. Am I correct, based on what I'm? Not in this
to my knowledge.
particular
No,
area.
That's correct.
All right, but you are adding it on to. I guess it's coming from a part of the law that already has them in there, because I was looking at the different amounts of land that's already, I guess, already a part of a development district.
Yeah, now this development district here, that's a statewide bill, covers lands throughout Alabama, but the only thing being changed is just this one place in that is generally supposed to be in Coleman.
Okay, and it talks.
It's not changing anybody else's.
So I guess one of the biggest issues is Coleman is in a dry county. It's a dry county, so by parceling this out, you, as a development district, then you're able to sell the alcohol in this area.
That's correct.
Okay, and is there anything else that it will affect? It's a private development?
Well, it's a private development in terms of they sell homes to anybody, and there's a golf course that's proposed to be built on that property. You know, that requires memberships, and it requires memberships.
Okay, and do you have any idea of what the memberships are going to be? Because I think I saw back at the beginning, as a part of this whole part of the code, that you have a minimum of a $2,000 per family.
I haven't seen that. I had seen something one time when I met with one of the gentlemen, used to be with the chamber in Coleman, but I thought maybe like $250 was the membership, $250 was the membership, but I don't know if there's any upfront money or not. I just don't know the details.
Okay, and this development isn't going to be tax exempt or anything of that nature?
No, they think it'll generate a good bit of money for the school system in Jefferson County. I'm sorry, in Coleman County.
They what?
They think it will generate a good bit of funds for the school system in Coleman
County. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
A few years ago, Wagner brought a bill. I know it was dealing with this development because I think this development was just coming on board, and I know that we passed something out of here to begin the process of allowing for alcohol sales throughout this development, and it was almost the same description of this particular development in and around Smith Lake.
I can tell you where that was. There was a bill that was passed several years ago that would actually cover the area of Smith Lake, which covered Winston and Coleman County, and that would allow them to build restaurants if they had a certain contiguous land. And they built one of the restaurants, not in this area, but they built one of the restaurants in Coleman, and they built another one closer to town in Coleman. But it allowed somebody to build something in Winston County up around the Duncan Bridge area. However, nobody ever built any restaurant there. And as a result of that bill that was passed, it was like 3 restaurants was built. One of them was closed, and there's still.
Okay, I was just trying to bring it back to my recollection because I remember us passing something for this development, and it's probably been about maybe possibly 3 or 4 years ago, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, it wasn't for this one. It was just for
creating I think it was the beginning of the creation of what that area would be, development area. I thought we had already established it as a development district.
Only in basically around the it's called the Grill up in by Big Bridge, and then also by Duncan Bridge. Those were included within.
Okay, I just wanted to get the clarity on it because I remembered this legislation or something similar.
It was similar
to it, and so when the clerk called it up, I just wanted to try to figure out. I'm like, well, I thought we had passed it. Okay, all right, I'm good on it.
Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lowndes, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition.
Okay.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
Could you give me a little summary of this bill and kind of where this particular development is and how it's going to help the state? Is it going to be beneficial to the state?
It goes down Highway 69 between Jasper and Coleman. Inside Coleman is where the property is proposed, and it has to be of size, all contiguous land of 500 or more acres of land, and it also has to be in a dry county, and it has to have a hotel, a lodge, or rental property with a minimum of 100 rooms, has to have a 18-hole golf course regulation size, has to have a marina, not less than 50 boat slips or storage spaces, has to have a clubhouse, has to have a restaurant, bar, or tavern, or other eatery used exclusively for preparing meals.
So is it a mixed-use development?
There'll probably be with some part of it, but a lot of it's just a subdivision, but it has a clubhouse, a conference center, and several other aspects of it.
So in terms of the funding, do you know where the funding is coming from to help with this piece of development?
It's not coming from the state. It's coming from private individuals.
It's privately funded?
That's correct.
And
it's not tax exempt at all.
Do you care to divulge who the developers are, or do you know?
I do know who the developers are. It was a Jeff Talbert that was connected with that, and he used to be with the chamber in Coleman County.
Is it anywhere related to the Porch Creek?
Who?
The Porch Creek Indians?
No.
No?
No, they're not.
Okay.
He is not. No.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is final passage of SB 328. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 71 ayes, 4 nays. SB 328 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, on page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 297 by Senator Melson, relating to precious metal bullion.
Representative Keel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of years ago, the legislature exempted bullion from sales taxes, and this bill does simply one thing. It exempts bullion from capital gains taxes. Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So today is my day for learning something new. Tell me something about precious metal bullion and how does that impact us? What is this process like we're dealing with today?
Well, precious metals, you know, the United States Constitution recognized gold and silver as basically money, as currency. And so we don't charge capital gains, or we don't write off when the value of the dollar goes up or down. So you got
Stop right there. When you say we don't, are you saying the state of
Taxpayers.
Alabama or taxpayers, period?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that just in the state of Alabama or is this nationally?
Well, nationally, if you've got $100 in your pocket,
Yes.
the value of that $100 goes up.
Yes.
At the end of the year, you don't pay capital gains tax on the gain in value on that $100.
Okay, so if
And you also don't write that off on your taxes if the dollar devalues.
so what are you telling me about precious metal?
It's also money.
Okay,
And so you would not pay, in this instance, you would not pay capital gains tax if the value goes up. You would also not write off the value if it goes down. So if you were to have gold and it loses value, you would not write that off on your taxes either.
so presently, what happens?
If you own gold
Yes.
and you sell it, then you don't pay capital gains tax on it. Also, if you sell it and make a profit, if you sell it and show a loss, you also would not write that off on your taxes as a loss.
And could you tell me about what percent of the citizens of Alabama would be impacted by this?
I'm not sure what the percentage of Alabamians own gold or silver or precious metals. I'm not sure.
There's not a register or anything for individuals that own?
If it's not that, I'm not aware of it.
So when you purchase, so where would one, I don't have any, I can tell you, I'm standing here.
I don't either.
You don't have any either. Okay, so do you know where we would go to be able to purchase such metal?
Yeah, you could purchase it at Costco.
At Costco?
That's the going rage. If you Google
Are you
that.
serious?
Yes, ma'am.
So when I go into Costco's with my membership card, and I go to what department? The jewelry department?
I suppose so. You could buy a silver or a gold bar.
Okay. In Costco's?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, if you Google that, there was evidently a shortage for a little while, and people, it hit the internet for a little while.
And what was the driving force that caused us to be at this point today, as it relates to this?
Sure. Well, a couple of years ago, we recognized that the precious metals, we recognized it as money then because we don't collect sales tax. So if you go to Costco and buy gold or silver now in Alabama, you don't pay sales tax on it because you're buying money, essentially, is what you're buying. And so if you go there, you pay for your gold or silver, you don't pay sales tax. And so this just further recognizes it as what it is, it's money.
Do you have any idea how much a bar that you would go in to purchase at Costco's presently would cost?
I'm not sure what the strike price is today on gold or silver, but they typically are sold, I think, in 1 ounce increments.
Yeah, okay. I think
Somebody could Google that and find it out.
Capital, and then lost deductions from a gross income. So when one owns gold or silver, when they're doing their taxes, is that included as a part of their income or their?
So currently, if you own gold and then you sold that gold,
Right.
whatever the profit was, you would pay, you're supposed to pay capital gains tax on that. Or if there was a loss, you would write that off on your state taxes. This would do away with that completely.
So what is in place in your bill? Because all I have is, I had to pull up my computer to start looking to see, and I'm old school, so I like paper.
Sure.
But what is the process that we're following here to make sure that the state, I'm assuming the reason we're doing this is to make sure that the state benefits from it as well, in addition to the individual who is an owner?
You know, the state actually could benefit because currently, as I just described, you do pay capital gains tax if you realize a gain on it.
Right.
But you can also currently write it off on your taxes if you have a loss. And so people do that with different type of investments. They'll wait, and when there's a loss on something, they'll sell it and write it off. And so that happens now. But it could be actually a net gain to the state because people can't write off the loss of gold.
You cannot write off the
And
loss.
gold and silver has historically not been a great investment. Some people look at it as an investment. It's a hedge against inflation, but it's not a great investment.
Everything I ever read about it, and I haven't followed that closely, it's either up or down. It fluctuates, so it's not.
I think so.
I'm not able, not that I have those kind of resources, but the fact that it seems to be there's always an issue. Someone talks about it's up at this particular point, and then 5 or 6 months later, you find it is at another point. I guess the thing that I was trying to find out is how would we figure that out, that someone has purchased it? Does a report come from the store to Department of Revenue? It's just as if I was purchasing anything else. It's my own. No record other than what has been indicated when I purchase it, a receipt. And that's it.
As far as I know, there's no record of it. And with this, it wouldn't matter because we're not going to collect or allow people to write it off their taxes anyway. So it wouldn't matter if they owned it because they can't. They couldn't write it off if they had a loss anyway under this scenario.
And why wouldn't you want them to write it off?
Well, I don't think it's fair. If they're not going to pay capital gains tax,
if you're not paying the capital gains tax.
It's not fair to go the other way. So
somebody always knows how to figure out. I understand that from just talking to my accountant. They talk about the different ways of why do I have to pay? And he said, well, you have to pay because you didn't do this, this, or this.
That's right.
And then, well, if you had done something else, you would have fallen into this place. Or if you kept a better record of your travel, you might be at another place.
Sure.
So it just seems to me that would be some way by which you could determine.
Well, if we're not going to collect sales tax or collect capital gains tax, if we're not going to collect income tax on the profit made off of gold, and you're not going to allow them to write it off on their taxes, there's really no reason to track it from the state's perspective.
No reason for tracking it. But the main reason why you're bringing this bill is to make sure what happens or does not happen.
That precious metals are treated like money.
That is treated like money. So now, my money probably doesn't act like your money. I bet I got a lot less than what you have. But if they're, okay, so we're treating it like money, and we're going to make sure as if when we're doing our taxes or whatever we're doing, that the process is similar to what happens as it relates to the rise or the fall or the level of the funding that we have. So what other metal other than silver and gold could we find ourselves having access to?
Silver and gold are the primary precious metals. I think we have a description here.
Because the description is precious metal bullion.
Yes, gold, silver, platinum, palladium in the form of coins, bars, or rounds.
Gold, silver, platinum.
Or palladium.
Palladium.
in the form of coins,
Palladium,
bars,
are you saying platinum?
platinum, and palladium.
P-A-L-L-A-D?
IUM.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the other one?
Platinum.
That was it, okay.
Yeah, there's 4.
Oh, it's just 4, okay. Are those available at Costco's as well?
I don't know if the last 2 or not. I've just read.
And the lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Henry, Representative Ream.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Keel, I just wanted to come and congratulate you and thank you for carrying the Senate bill. Gold and silver is money. It's the only real money that ever existed. It's indestructible, it's divisible, and at the end of the day, when you look at what we're going through today, what the federal government's done is continuously tax us with the inflation tax. Every time they print money, our dollar becomes worthless. And the only hedge you have today is gold and silver, and it's ridiculous that we would even contemplate taxing the exchange of money. So thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative Estabrook.
I don't know what to do about it. I don't either.
The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Why are we selecting one precious metal versus the other, or an investment in gold or silver compared to any other investment?
Well, I think these 4 metals are typically accepted as money. Most folks think of it as money constitutionally, and so that's the reason we chose those 4 metals.
But nobody is walking around trading precious metals today. I mean, if there's hundreds of precious metals, what about rhodium? What about palladium? Where are we going with this? And if we say it's a currency, then what about all these cryptocurrencies? What about all the foreign exchanges? I trade in currencies all the time. Are they not going to be taxable either? If I buy the euro and it goes up and I sell it, I don't have to pay tax on it?
Well, that's a good point. If you take a $100 bill and go to Europe and you exchange it, and a month later you come back and that $100 bill is worth more than it was when you left, do you declare that on your taxes?
I declare it on my taxes because I don't go to Europe. I buy it on an exchange, I hold it, and I play in the market. If you go to Europe, according to the federal tax law, if you go over there and you exchange into euro, let's say $500, you spend $450 buying stuff over there. You convert the rest when you come back to U.S. dollar that you can actually use here. And no, it's not taxable. It's considered de minimis. But yes, if you buy it, hold it, and sell it, it's a taxable.
Well, and precious metals will be the same way. If you buy them through a fund, the precious metals funds, if you buy them through that is an investment, and they would still be taxed.
Correct.
This is the actual.
What if I just buy it and put it in the safe? Why is it not taxed?
It's physical money. When you buy it that way, the Constitution says so. I don't say so. The Constitution says it. So
I realize what the Constitution says, but there was no such thing as a U.S. dollar. Then we've gone from that to a U.S. dollar.
Sure.
And I don't see why that'd be treated any different than a house, or any other metal, or any other currency. I think we're stepping off into something that causes a lot of, who's going to come next and want all their cryptocurrencies?
Yeah,
not
well,
taxable.
if a house was recognized as a constitutional currency, we could probably address that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rafferty, with the 4th person to speak on the BR.
All right, thank you for the recognition. Okay, so just kind of trying to wrap my head around this. So if, one of those late night commercials that said, buy gold, buy your gold here. I go and I buy gold for $100 worth, right? Because it is a precious metal, it does have kind of fluctuation as far as its value and that kind of thing, correct? So all we're saying here is that if I spent $100 on this, but then sold it for $200, that we would not be taxing that $100 that you make on it.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Keel.
Move final passage.
That is questions final passage of SB 297. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 100 ayes, 1 nay. SB 297 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 315 by Senator Singleton relating to the Alabama Rural Agribusiness and Opportunity Zone Jobs Act.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, this bill is something Senator Singleton and I have been working on for many years. Some of you remember when we were trying to intentionally get some funding and access to capital for some minority businesses and rural businesses, and we passed an act, and then we were trying to get funding out of the ARPA funds to be a funding source for that act, and the Treasury Department would never make that funding fit within the regulations. So then we passed this bill again, this time moving it under the ability to get SSBCI funds, which was a small business fund that was set aside by the feds. Once again, didn't meet the criteria for that funding. What we're doing now is basically setting this fund up again, not putting any money in it. We're not appropriating any money, but we're basically saying that we will do that program, which gets capital into areas that have difficulty getting capital right now. There's a whole litany of requirements to be approved, and then what you have to do to get that funding. Again, there will not be any funding available unless the legislature approves it, but we're just keeping this vehicle alive so that we can make some possible capital access available in rural communities and minority communities, and this would be administered if we do this under the Innovation Corporation. So, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't pull the bills up fast enough on the computer, and you are talking so fast. So tell me what we're doing. We're doing an opportunity.
So do you remember when we were trying to develop a vehicle to get access to capital into areas that could not get, where capital was limited?
Right.
So those were rural areas, minority areas, businesses that could not get bank loans.
Okay.
So we tried to set up a vehicle that would initially get money out of the ARPA funds. And it was a good program, but ARPA's, the Treasury regulations were so restrictive, we couldn't meet, they didn't think this met the definition for their very limited regulations.
So did we send a request to?
Yeah, the Finance Department worked for a long time, almost a year, but the Treasury regulations were very slow to come out of that ARPA money, and we just never could get their final approval. Well, then the Innovation Corporation came along and had access to other federal funds, the SSBCI funds, which came down. There was, in fact, we just got SSBCI, Small Business, I can't remember the name of the acronym, but it's Small Business Funding. And we basically thought we could become part of that program, but that program has some very narrow definitions. So what we're doing is taking that same concept.
So let me stop you right there. Where were the SSBCI funding coming from?
The federal government.
From federal government as
Right.
well as the initial funds that you were looking for.
Was the ARPA funding, which was federal government as
And
well.
The innovation.
So the Innovation Corporation is now what we would like. We would like now to move this program under the Innovation Corporation to be the administrator of it, so that if we decide in future sessions to fund this program, we have this vehicle in place. It's very it's tailored basically to go to businesses that cannot get bank loans, basically, and then there's a period of time where they have to. I mean, there's very complex or very high bar of what you have to do to get this funding. They'd have to, at the end of the period, be bankable. So you take a business that can't get a loan. With this, they're able to get loans. There's some private investment that comes in that would match that money, and you basically get 2 for 1 for the match type thing.
So you're getting a loan. I'm stopping you as you're talking. So you're going to get a loan from, you can get a business, possibly the business would serve as your supervisor or your caretaker, whatever. Or
So under this program, you could get an equity investment by the fund, or you could get a loan from the fund.
I got you.
And
Okay.
and it'd be either or. But again, you've got to be pretty distressed to get this, and to even get it, you've got to have the ability with a business plan to pay that back. And there's limitations because it protects the investment.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, if this company is able to go out and borrow bank money, there's a benefit to the private investor. So in other words, they might have part of their loan forgiven or part of their loan discounted if they're able to take a company that can't get funding, be successfully established so they can go out and be a bankable institution.
What's the timeline for the business to be up and functioning?
This is a 6-year program.
So
over a 6-year
if
period.
after 6 years they qualify through the process of going
And there's
to
some
a bank.
benefits that might inure to those that have helped them. But at the end of the day, 25% of this is agribusiness, 25% of this is minority businesses.
Agri and minorities.
Right.
Okay. And are there, when you say minorities, are there
50% must be in rural counties, 25% agribusiness, 25% minority businesses.
So you could do, okay, 25% of the funds that are available under the innovation program.
Well, no, what we would do would be if you set this vehicle up and we decided to put money into it, let's just say, for example, we put $20 million into it.
Right.
Then that $20 million would actually, the way this works, would actually equate to about $40 million of capital going in because the outside money that comes in would have to match it dollar for dollar, okay? So you can take 20 million of funds, could become actually a $40 million of funds that be invested, and then of that amount, 50% has to be in rural counties, 25% of that money would have to be loaned or invested into minority businesses, or 25% to be loaned or invested into agribusiness.
Now, is the 20 million, which will become 40 million if with the private industry? So this is.
If I'm just saying hypothetically, if we put in 20 million.
Well, tell me what is the goal? How many million? There's no limit.
Whatever we decide. But right now, we initially requested 25 million under the ARPA money. We wanted 25 million, which would equate to 50 million of investment.
It would equate to 50 million because you would have support from outside the private enterprise.
Right.
Happen. All right. And you're basing the number of businesses that you're potentially looking to start or begin with how many?
I think it's 7.5 million was the. I think the threshold is 7.5 million per investment from the state, and then that'd be 15 million. So it could be the maximum would be 7.5 million to one company, but that could actually be a 15 million availability to that one company. So you're targeting a business. I mean, ideally, this would be for a company that needs $500,000, a couple of $1 million, $1 million, and they just can't get it. This would be a way for them to actually get that plus some.
Could they already be in business?
Well, they'd have to be in business.
Oh, so you're saying this is for businesses that already exist
That can't get access
that
to
cannot
capital.
get access
Right.
to capital to continue.
Right. And that was, we started this when you and I had a conversation a while back. This is one thing we wanted to talk about was access to capital. And this was the bill that came from those conversations. And now we've tried several different roads to go down to make it happen. And we've not been able to get through it. But this is a way to set it aside, establish the program so that now we can look forward and come back in future sessions and possibly appropriate money. And this will be under the Innovation Corporation for Administration.
So when you say we haven't had any chance, is that because we haven't been actively pursuing it?
It's because, you know, one of the most frustrating things I've ever experienced in my career was when you have federal programs, and they're great ideas, they meet a need, and then they say, well, here are the regulations, and you can't nobody can qualify those regulations. Nobody can meet those needs. And so I remember one time in the steel industry, we had a distressed loan program for steel industry, and our company had an issue, and we met all the criteria, but could not get the funding. So a lot of times with this issue here, it was the Treasury regulations were just so focused and so narrow, they weren't practical. And that is my experience with a lot of times with federal regulations. So
Maybe
this here
someone
basically says, you understand that. So this is basically saying that, we had businesses that during COVID, post-COVID, needed capital. We could have provided that capital, and they just would say, well, you meet 9 out of the 10 things, but there's one little box you don't check, so you don't qualify, and that business didn't get any help. So this is just a way to establish the program and then say to us, if we want to fund it, then we can move forward that way, because the private money is out there. That's the thing. The private money is out there. And I suspect that a lot of the federal regulations were concerned because they didn't understand the private side of this and were probably concerned that they were going to benefit too much. But, we want that company who can't get a loan today to get propped up so that it can go out and be a business that can now go to the bank and get money.
And my recommendation would be we would find that treasurer, whoever it is in charge, and have a nice conversation with them. See if they'll start. You can sometimes help people think the other way. They haven't thought through that process.
Listen, this was an exhaustive process, and it's all happened in the last 5 or 6 years. So I would think that we would have a Treasury Department that would be sympathetic to what we're trying to do.
Not if someone has not told, generally a lot of people do things the way they do them because no one has spoken to them, say, have you considered the other way? So I think in order to get it moving, you might want to have that conversation. I'm serious about that. So, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson. Representative Clark, it's good to have you back with us today.
Great to see you back.
You've had some health
sir.
issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is good to be back, and I want to thank you all. Those of you who prayed for me, you need to practice, and I need to pray. Thank you so very kindly. I just want to ask a couple questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. How does this opportunity zone difference from the one we already have established?
These are not creating zones so much. The opportunity zones, a lot of those federal programs that we try to tie to are tied to census tracts or various federal definitions. This is just basically looking at areas of our state, 50% rural, 25% minority business, 20% agribusiness. So it's really not tied to a census. It could be anywhere in the state, except we want half of it at least to be in the rural areas.
So what you're saying, when I travel the state and see these little big billboards saying opportunity zones, this does not include.
The rural area would be 50,000 or less.
Okay.
A county.
That's very good. Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Representative Garrett. I just have a question. Back several years ago, we passed, there was a bill passed federally that allowed opportunity zones to be set throughout the state of Alabama, some in Winston, Coleman, all those. What does this bill do does it allow funding for projects in those areas, or does it have anything to do with it?
This is not connected to that program. The criteria here is you've got to be in 50% has to be in a rural area, which is 50,000 or county of 50,000 or less. 25% of the money needs to go to minority business, and 25% to an agribusiness. So it's not tied to those programs.
And if somebody is in an area that is not an opportunity zone, does this allow a potential funding
Yeah.
for those areas?
If they meet this criteria,
And in addition to, if you're in an opportunity zone
not
established?
precluded. for this.
Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Garrett.
The Speaker asks for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of SB 315. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 315 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Thank you,
body.
gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 19 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 162 by Senator Barfoot, relating to a study commission on interagency cooperation and collaboration.
Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2021, this body, or the legislature enacted a study commission on interagency cooperation and collaboration, the purpose of which was to aid individuals when they came out of prison into reincorporating into society. That commission ceased to exist on the 5th legislative day of 2023. This bill would reinstate that and keep it going until the 5th legislative day of 2025. It would add 2 additional members that would be appointed by the chair. The chair of that commission being the Commissioner of Pardons and Paroles, and it would make the actions that they have taken between that point in time and now both curative and retroactive. So with that, I would ask for the BR.
The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. How are you?
Great.
I was trying to find the information that you're talking, the study commission for what?
It's a study commission on interagency cooperation and collaboration on rehabilitation and reintegration of formerly incarcerated individuals.
Okay.
So the purpose of it really, I think, is set out pretty well here, Ms. Hall. I found it a minute ago. Let me find it again, okay? Because I thought they did a pretty good job in this sentence. I think this on line 97, I think would.
I'm still looking. They just brought me to my stack. Go ahead. Tell me what it
Sure.
says.
It would be to pursue partnerships with employers, agencies, and business leaders to create a pipeline for job placement that strengthens the state workforce participation rate. In other words, it's trying to help people when they come out of prison to get into the workforce.
This is in addition. So in our local areas, like say Madison County, we have a place, can't think of the name of it now, where individuals who are just been released, the reentry.
Some type of a reentry or
Reentry,
work release program.
Right.
This would be in addition to this. This would really and truly, Ms. Hall, be more of a policy setting type group. It would, if
All right, so tell me what that group is made up of then.
there you go. That's a fair question too. If you'll look on page 2.
I can't look on the page. Tell me who they are. Who are they? Because, I let you get by the other day. We forgot.
I just got this a few minutes ago myself.
They shouldn't do that to you.
I know that, but it's okay. It's a member of the House of Representatives, a member of the Senate. It's really positional type people, if you'll look, that are all of whom deal with reentry from prison.
Do we have, I don't see the minority leaders on here.
I don't, ma'am, I didn't. That we're not changing. I got you, but I'm not changing this bill. That's nothing to do that.
No. I don't see them on here. So my point is that they represent, so we got a member of the Senate appointed by the President Pro Tem. We got And then it starts going down to the different areas, pardons and parole. So all the way down, I'd like to amend it by adding the minority leaders from both houses.
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
I will certainly,
I'll get that
that's
done.
not a
Thank
problem.
you.
Ms. Hall, you want that? You can have it if you need it. Okay. But no, that'll be fine.
Question for the body now is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The member.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Speaker. If we adopt the BR, she can add an amendment, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
I think Ms. Hall has an amendment. I will tell you what it's going to say.
I tell you, why don't we do this? Why don't we carry this bill over till she gets her amendment?
That's fine.
And then we'll bring it back.
It's going to be a friendly amendment. It's
Okay.
not going to be a problem.
That's fine. Not a problem. Just ask carry it over to call the chair, please.
So, as you suggested, sir, I would ask that we carry this over to the call of the chair.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It has been carried over. Clerk, call next bill.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
On page 40 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 248 by Senator Weaver relating to the Department of Corrections.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker. What this bill makes technical changes, it changes the name of the, from Investigative Intelligence Services to Law Enforcement Services, and removes some limitations that are placed on correctional K-9 APOS certified officers. Many times, departments around our correctional facilities may ask for assistance, and they're somewhat limited to doing that. But these are APOS certified officers, trained K-9, that can be very helpful in finding missing children and elderly folks, and that's basically what the bill does.
Chair recognizes Representative Jackson of Clark.
You left me right in the middle. You left me abandoned.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your.
You're looking good.
Thank you for your kind words of encouragement while I was lying in the hospital. You really reached out, and I really appreciate that.
I missed you.
What are the qualifications now, APOS?
Well, I mean, it's the same qualifications: a deputy sheriff, a municipal police officer, a state trooper. They certify. You have to complete the academy. I believe it's somewhere in the 4-month range. It requires a lot of,
Did you say you believe you had to complete the academy?
Well, I mean, you're asking.
Aren't you,
You're not asking.
Are you APOS certified?
Well, I was.
I mean, what did you have to go through to get your certification?
Well, you got to have a physical level to complete that before you can get out. You got to be proficient with firearms. You got to know state law, criminal Title 13, and if you work for a different municipality like I did in Birmingham, you're going to get a lot of extensive training on the history, dealing with bombs, things like that.
Okay, now what about diversity training?
Oh yes, mandated.
Well, so you didn't mention that, and then you say you mandated it, but you didn't mention it.
There's a number of other things I can't.
I
can't think about.
That's important.
That's right.
Because when you're
That's
dealing
involved.
with correction, you're dealing with everybody.
That's right.
Appreciate your leadership. Now, what your bill does?
It allows us to use APOS certified officers who are limited to the correctional facility area and some other limitations, to remove them so they can work with other law enforcement agencies outside of that. It's a force multiplier. You know, the state's so short with law enforcement officers. If a municipality has a child missing or somebody with dementia, they can call on the correction officers, or would like to use these animals to find missing persons. That's one example.
So they'll be using a canine animal to find these people rather than. Is that what you're saying?
use the officer and the K-9, yes.
They use both.
I don't think the K-9 goes out by
The
itself.
K-9 probably smarter than the guy that's carrying them around, I believe. I'm gonna leave that alone, but thank you so much. I had to come and just let you know I'm glad to be back, and I appreciate you show your concern, and I really appreciate it.
Glad you're back.
Thank you so much.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
If there's no other question, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body's final
Passage.
passage of SB 248. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Thank you, members.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 248 passes. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 202 by Senator Carnley relating to animals.
Chair recognizes Representative Hammond of Coffee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 202 deals with the disposal methods of deceased livestock. This is a bill for the Alabama Department of Agriculture and Industries to update current law related to disposal of deceased livestock. The current law states burning and burying are the only two acceptable methods. The new technologies such as composting and incineration have come about to assist livestock owners for proper disposal. This bill would allow the Alabama Department of Agriculture's board to adopt rules for the disposal of dead animals. The bill doesn't alter any penalties that's already in place. With that, I'll ask for the BIR.
Question for the body? No. The chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
Thank you. Tell me, what are they doing with the dead animals?
Right now, there's only but two ways that are authorized to dispose of them, burying and burning. There's other such things that's come up, such as composting and incineration. It's just giving the Ag Department the ability to change laws and put these other ones in place.
To change laws or change the rules?
To add incineration or composting.
Incineration.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a penalty?
Yes, ma'am. If you don't dispose of the animals within 24 hours, it's a $50 fine and it's misdemeanor.
$50 fines or?
And it's a misdemeanor. That's the current law.
A misdemeanor, okay.
Yes, this bill doesn't change any of that. It's just giving the Ag Department the authority to, add some more ways of disposing of their livestock.
Incinerating and composting.
Yes, ma'am.
Are the things that are added. So what is the length of time of and you said 24 hours, so it's 24 hours to get them in the incinerator, and it's 24 hours to put them in the ground or begin the process of composting?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Representative Hollis of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, can you explain your bill to me one more time? I just want to make sure, because I'm one of those animal lovers, so.
No problem. This bill is only concerning livestock, cattle, horses, goats, sheep. Right now, the only two approved methods, there's been through the Ag Department is burying and burning the animals. This is just giving the Ag Department a way to add some more things like incineration or composting. We're not changing the fines or the misdemeanor. It's just giving them The law hadn't been updated since 1919, so we're just trying to get it where the ag department can.
So it's giving other options?
Yes, ma'am.
So what are the other options?
The two examples are composting and incineration.
Okay. Okay, and that's it. It's just adding to it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Pretty simple.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Lock. SB 202 passes.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Hammond,
Thank
is
you,
this,
buddy.
the question from the chair, is this your first bill you've handled?
is,
before?
sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You handled that like a pro. Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 25 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 53 with substitute by Senator Orr relating to child labor.
Chair recognizes Representative DeBose of Shelby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, legislators. I'm here to present SB 53. This is the companion bill to HB 102, which has the exact same bill, has already passed our House about a month ago, but this is the bill that allows 14 and 15-year-old teenagers to work after school without getting a permission slip from the school administrator. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 87 yeas, 5 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Exact same. Is that exact same? Yes, I'd like to move for final passage.
We have a substitute.
I will have a committee sub I'd like to present.
Question for the body's adoption of the committee substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 82 yeas, 6 nays. The substitute is adopted.
Yes, I'd like to move for final passage.
Chair recognizes Representative Bracey of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Would the gentlelady yield?
I can't hardly hear you.
Could you yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
Thank you. What does the sub do? It seems like we're about to get into that habit again of passing stuff without going through the motions. And, you know, that's where we are. I heard what you said, and I was okay with what the bill did, but we mentioned that we had a committee sub, but we didn't explain the committee sub. And, of course, with us receiving the calendar at the last minute, usually some of us get these bills printed, but we didn't have an opportunity to get this printed. So the sub will happen, and then this bill will go back up and...
Well, we've already passed it with this sub in it. We passed the exact same bill as HB 102.
Right, but
we've already passed the whole
if the
thing.
sub passes, then it will still have to go back to the Senate as amended. So I'm just wondering, what are we amending? What are we changing?
This is the exact same bill with the
I don't
sub.
remember
Already-
it, so just kind of...
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so one of the things we amended was the parent or guardian of a minor who is 14 or 15 years of age and employed by an individual entity or division of a corporation shall notify the minor's head administrator, counselor, or school instructor of the school which the minor attends of the name, address, and phone number of the person that the individual that employs the minor. So it's just that the parent has to notify the school if the minor is working.
So I have so this is for 14, 15-year-olds?
Right.
And this is something dealing with like the child labor law. And I guess like it was a time that the school would have to be notified if the student is working kind of what are we doing?
What are we doing? Okay, I'll sit.
Like
I'll
I have
simplify
kids.
down.
Like I have a 12-year-old, I have a 16-year-old.
Right.
I just want to know where are we? What's going on? The summer's coming.
Right.
What are we trying to accomplish?
Okay, good question.
Okay.
So before this bill passed, if a 14 or 15-year-old wanted to work after school, you know, they're only allowed to work 3 hours a day during the school year. They would have to get permission from a school administrator, generally superintendent or principal of the school, in order to work. And so it's like the administrator or principal had to make a decision what this child was able to do after school. So in this way, this is more of a parental rights thing, where a parent could decide if they see fit for their child to work 3 hours a day, they don't have to get permission from the school, but they do have to report to the school that the child is working. And the other thing is that all of the safety precautions are still in place. Federal and state laws are still in place, so they can only work 3 hours a day, maximum 18 hours a week. In the summer, they can work full-time, 40 hours.
Okay.
And then only in limited occupations, so they're not allowed to work in hazardous conditions either.
Okay. So now it was a reason that it was put into place for the school to be able to give that permission, and I would think that some of that would be to say that this student is, you know, a capable student. They're doing a good job. Like, it's not saying that they're trying to say a student can or cannot work, but I don't think if they would want to give a student that's tardy to school every day, that can't stay awake, you know, that's having issues, that's failing class, and they don't meet minimum academic standards. Like, I think that's probably the reason why it was put into place in the first place. So where is the Superintendent Association and the State School Board Association? Where are they on this? Are
Everybody
they okay
was
with?
fine. Yeah, they were okay.
They're okay with relieving those responsibilities.
They were okay once we got the amendment in there. Everybody was fine with it. There was no complaints.
So what did the
Department of
amendment do
Labor-
that made them okay with it? Because I could see them not being okay. So something had to happen to make them okay.
Well, I don't know that they were really complaining in the first place, but we just added the amendments because there was a couple of members that asked to have it, and it didn't mess up the bill, so.
Okay. Okay, so 3 hours a day, 18 hours a week. What can 14 and 15-year-olds do now?
So they can work in a retail environment, they can work in a restaurant, they can work in a hotel. So, you know, the restaurants associations are happy about this, retail associations. And the main thing is, it's only 3 hours a day, so it just gives them experience. It gives them the opportunity to learn some responsibility. You have to show up on time. You have to learn to talk to somebody and look at them in the eye. You have to learn just basic skills. But these are lifelong skills, and the sooner they start learning the skills, we know statistically the better off they're going to be throughout their lifetime. So, you know, it's just learning basic skills. We also know that, you know, a lot of 18, 19, 20-year-olds are still learning how to show up on work on time.
Right.
We hear that from employers all the time. And if we can go ahead and start getting them trained with these very basic discipline habits, then they're going to be better off by the time they get 18 and they are able to work full time.
Yeah, because I remember when I was in high school, I was a dishwasher. I was like the best dishwasher. I even wore a tie when I washed dishes.
You took pride in that.
Yeah, I took
and
a lot of pride in it.
That's a great skill that I think that our young people can learn from.
Now, from in our neck of the woods, the retail, the restaurants, the hospitality industry is huge.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we started to make some changes. I own a business downtown Dolphin Street in Mobile, and you know, I know it was a time that in order to serve alcohol, you had to be of alcohol drinking age. We made some changes to that law. Does this come into play at all with
I
that?
remember that when we made that change, but these kids would not be eligible to serve alcohol. I remember when we made that
I don't remember
change.
what
It was
the
about
age
a
was.
year
Was
ago.
it about 18 maybe?
I think it was 18, and then it was only under certain situations
Okay.
that came into effect. But that would not, these young people, these teenagers would not be able to serve. They would not be able to serve alcohol. They wouldn't be able to work a meat cutter. You know, they wouldn't be able to work on a roof or up on scaffolding.
Right.
So it's just, there's very specific safe industries, but still, I know my first job, I worked at Hardee's.
Okay.
And, I worked the breakfast shift, but I learned a lot doing that. I had to be there at 5:30 in the morning. And, it was a safe place to be. I learned a lot of skills. I learned to count money. I went from $2.10 an hour to like $2.25 an hour, and that was a big raise. And I saved up for things that I wanted to buy. So you learn a lot doing that. And we know that these kids today have a lot of distractions. They could go home from school and sit on their phone for 3 hours, and that's like 3 hours wasted. Or they could go down the street and work in a restaurant, or
You're exactly right.
learn
I
something.
worked at Burger King, and
Did you?
I worked the breakfast shift as well. And what was funny about that shift was I loved it because I had another job in the evenings, like in the summertime. I worked at Woolworth in the summertime, but my shift was supposed to end like around 1 o'clock. But the lunch people always were late. They called in, and they was like, Napoleon, can you stay over a little while? I'd be like, yeah, I can stay over. So now my little shift that started at like 5:30 or 6 in the morning that was supposed to end, and now I'm working just bukus of hours because some folks just don't get it. They don't get up. They don't show up on time. They don't do what they're supposed to do.
I got to do the same thing. I used to work, they'd assign us, you'd be typically 5:30 to 10:30. That'd be probably 20 hours a week. But like you said, inevitably, somebody wouldn't show up, and then they'd say, can you work till 2? And I'm like, sure, I'll work till 2. I love making that extra money. So I'd end up working 5:30 to 2. Then I'd, still have that, if it was summertime, I'd still have time to relax, hang out with my friends. There was times that, I did multiple jobs at a time. There was time I'd work during the day, and then at night, I remember I had this job, I had to make phone calls. And you would call people and tell them they won something, but they had to go visit a condominium in order to get it. You remember those? Like, I was just a caller.
Like a timeshare
I guess I had a good voice.
Kind of thing? Like a timeshare kind of?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I'd make those phone calls, and I could do that. You could work doing that either 2 or 4 hours in the evening because that's when people were home, and you learn telephone skills.
Right. Yeah, you can learn a lot. I think overall it's a good bill as long as the people that's relinquishing their authority are in support of it.
That's
like
right.
the superintendents. And
That's right.
Because I'm all for parental choice. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I always try to figure out why were things put in place in the first place.
I think that's
because
smart.
I don't want to always undo something if it was a reason for it.
That's right.
It's a reason we try to make sure that athletes meet certain standards to be able to play sports. We try to make sure that, kids meet certain standards. Activity for these kids, but
that's
thank you.
right.
I really enjoyed talking to you.
Well, thank you.
The gentleman's
Thank you
time
for
has
your point.
expired. The chair recognizes Representative Fort Barber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, how you doing?
I'm good. Welcome back.
I want you to educate me on how this bill is going to affect farmers. I represent a district that all 3 of my county, large farming area.
Yes, sir.
And I go to the farm, I'm from the farm, country boy. I go to the farm, I see these little kids like that driving tractor, you name it. And they doing it. Well, they breaking the law. You got anything in the bill to protect them?
Well, this bill really doesn't affect the agriculture industry.
It don't?
And I know Representative Lee asked me that in particular because they have their own set of guidelines, and this does not include agricultural workers in this bill.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
So no wonder when I go to the field, I don't ask no question. I don't want to upset my farmer.
No, I wouldn't want to
And
upset the farmers
hold on.
either. Yeah.
I'm walking through the field. When I was a kid, 9 and 10 years old, you know what I was doing? Guess. Plowing a mule.
You were doing what?
Plowing a mule. You ever seen anybody plow a mule?
Yeah.
You ever picked any cotton?
I haven't picked cotton.
You ever chopped
sir.
any cotton?
No, sir. I have not. I have not. I love cotton, though.
I'm just
and I think I like cotton fields.
I'm just old-fashioned and can't help it. But I'm just wondering, we got this law here about child labor. You got to do this. Wasn't no such thing as child labor back in the day. That ain't been no 100 years ago. That ain't been 100 years ago.
That sound, that
Well,
child labor
ma'am,
has sort of a bad
get
connotation.
I know you're a city girl, and you don't think about no farmers. I know you don't know what a farm look like, do you?
Well, I know what a farm looks like. I didn't grow up on a farm like you did, but I have a lot of appreciation for people that did grow up on farms and that work on farms. And I'm a big supporter of farmers and agriculture, and I wouldn't want to do anything to mess up that industry.
I got some big time farmers in my district.
Well, we want.
Barber County.
I'm a big
You know
supporter.
where Barber County at? You know where Bullitt County at? Right down the road. You know where Russell County right up the road?
I've never been there. I need to come visit you.
They got some big time farmers, and I go visit them every chance I get. And I seen this, and the kids just happen, and I said, well, look at.
I think it's a wonderful way of life. Those are
don't-
lucky people that grow up like
I
that.
don't question the kids how old they are. I don't say nothing to their parents, because they got to get the work out, because they can't hire nobody. Nobody want to work.
I think people that grow up on a farm learn a lifelong of discipline and skills, and it's a wonderful way to grow up. I think you were fortunate,
Yeah.
and you're lucky to have a district like that.
I'm glad I was born and raised on a farm. Made a man out of me. It's just like a young man going to the army. I had some friends went to the army. It made a man out of them. So the
I think that's
the
great.
farm made a man out of me, but I was just wondering about it. You know,
We need to put more kids on a farm, maybe. Maybe we need to have farming camps so they can learn,
Well, these,
like they have
I know
swimming
these children
camps.
enjoying what they're doing. I was enjoying what I was doing. I enjoyed it, you know. And no such thing as playing with a mule now, because you can't even find one if you want it. They don't exist no more, I don't think.
I haven't seen one lately.
So the farmers, this don't apply to the farmer.
Yes, sir, that is correct, does not. And I know Representative Lee came up and asked me that exact same question when I carried the companion bill.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison. While we're waiting for her to come down, the chair would like to recognize the Winston County Firefighters Association, Cody Wakefield and Allie Wakefield. They are the guests of Representative Tim Wadsworth and Tracy Estes. Please stand. There they are. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yale, I want to take you, I think the thing that I will say is what I said earlier about the bill in terms of why I felt that it was interesting to me that our school administrators and the groups would be supportive of the fact that the one thing that was taken out of this bill on page 1 was eligibility to work, a form issued by the administrative counselor, home, and if there was scope to certifying satisfactory grades and attendance of a minor. Now, we're in a big thing now talking about training, getting the workforce development, but yet we're saying it's okay that whether or not that child is meeting its school work activities, that it's okay, that does not matter. That is what gets my attention, that you're taking that away, that nobody has to certify that.
Well, the parents and the students still have to have a responsibility to turn back into school and notify the school that the student is working. And we see it as a parents' rights decision. So you don't have the school deciding whether the kid is going to play baseball or football or travel team.
Generally, you're talking about 14-year-olds.
14 and 15-year-olds,
So when
that's
these
right.
children, these young people still cannot drive. So those parents are the ones that's going to be responsible.
That's right. And
for
unless
them
the
getting to
parents
school.
approve of them doing this, they're not even going to be able to get to work. So you know that you have to have the parents sign up on this.
My other point is, which one is more important? Them having satisfactory grades and being prepared for the workforce as they move forward, or having them to work and possibly not making it or getting the grades that they necessarily need?
Yeah, I think they're both important. Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Easterbrook of Washington County.
Lady,
Yes, sir.
I'm in favor of most of this child labor stuff.
Mr. Easterbrook, would you please speak into the microphone? Nobody can hear you. Thank you.
I'm in favor of most of this child labor laws, but I grew up working. I can't remember a time in my life when I didn't work.
Yes, sir.
I learned more before I went to college than I did at college. My son grew up working. The idea that he can't be on a scaffold at age 16 years of age, to me, makes no sense. He learned to build engines. When he went to college, he was in his third year, and his roommate was an engineer. Had never done anything in his life. His car wouldn't crank. He didn't have a father around, so he called me, and I told him the battery was probably bad. He went and got a new battery and put it in. He called me back and said it still wouldn't crank. So when Turner got to the room, I told him to go open the hood, look under it and see what was going on, turn the lights on, see if it would come on. The kid turned the lights on. I said, still no lights. When my son got there and opened the hood, he started laughing. He was the positive post when he put the cable on it. That's the kind of kids we're graduating today. There is nothing wrong with these people working. I don't want to put them in highly dangerous situations. But as we took more kids out of the workforce, parents having, not holding kids responsible, we see the results that we have today. Rebellious kids who know nothing. So I'm completely in favor, and I wish it went even further.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 53 as substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 75 yeas, 17 nays. SB 53. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 49 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 255 by Senator Gavan relating to pardons and parole.
Chair recognizes Representative Starnes of Watauga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body. SB 255 is a department bill for the Alabama Bureau of Pardons and Parole. It allows for good faith exceptions to the 20-day rule for parole court hearings when they can't access state correctional facilities due to the state of emergency declared by the governor. And this would provide extending the time frame to hold a parole court hearing at facilities to 40 days. It only applies to state facilities, so it will not impact counties or sheriffs. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Bracey of Mobile.
Be nice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Of course, once again, things are happening fast. Just trying to get an idea of what we're doing again, because whenever we have something dealing with pardons and parole, it always make me have a pause, especially when, you know, we're in the prison building industry, mega prison building industry in the state. And I know we have difficulty with people getting opportunity to get let out and, you know, paroles getting denied and things like that. So can we go over just real quick? I'm gonna try not to take all my time, but I just want to kind of get an idea again, what exactly are we doing and how would this impact the current situation that we're under? And will this actually allow people to have the opportunity to receive some of these pardons? Because I know so often people don't even get a chance for a hearing, and then a lot of times, especially, you know, for black people, a lot of them get denied when they come down to the pardons and parole board. So just kind of give me an idea of what we're doing.
Right, yes, sir. This basically is just for parole court hearings. And what that consists of is somebody violate their parole, they have 20 days to receive a parole court hearing. But with COVID, there was some technical issues getting to the state prisons, and it let certain parolees that violated out. So we're trying to prevent that from happening again. So it just moves to 40 days. It's just state correctional facilities when it's declared by the governor a state of emergency.
So during COVID, some people got out that should not have been let out, and this is something that's going to prevent that from happening again in a state of emergency. Is that what we're saying?
I'm not sure if anybody got out, but it causes legal issues.
Okay. And why did it cause the issue? Was it because we didn't have like how we have telemedicine now with the doctors? Is it because we couldn't do that at that point and we had to actually physically transport them over here for the hearings, or what was the deal with that?
No, sir. A parole court hearing officer would go to the actual facility, but at that time, state correctional facilities would not let anyone in their prison because of COVID.
Okay.
So if they don't have a hearing within 20 days, they are technically supposed to be released. So this is just expanding it 40 days if there's a state of emergency.
Okay. In a state, what would be considered a state of emergency? Because I know I think in this body, we're trying to remove some level of authority from different people. For instance, like the state health officer and people like that can't declare state of emergency situations. What would be considered a state of emergency under a situation like this?
Well, the big example would be COVID, and then of a natural disaster within that facility. So wherever the governor declares a state of emergency.
So this would be based off of the governor declaring a state of emergency?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that could be any type of state of emergency. Like we have hurricanes where I'm from, like any type of state of emergency?
Right, yes, sir. If it, like Atmore, if there's something that happened at Atmore, then that would be an issue where the hearing officer would not be able to go to the facility, then that would, cover that situation.
Okay, what about, I know you mentioned that this doesn't impact county jails, right?
Right.
What about the state prisoners that we have in county jails? Because, that's been a big issue that we've been having. I know with the general fund, we've been having it for a long time where you've had sheriffs complaining that you have, county prisoners you have state prisoners in the county jails and they've been in there for long periods of time. What would be the impact on that? Would those people that are still sitting in county jail that are technically state prisoners, how would they be impacted on a situation like this?
Well, with this bill, we're just covering the state prisons.
But you do know that what I'm talking about the prisoners, yes. Like they do. Like the county jails are housing a lot of state prisoners. Right. And they have been for a period of time, even to the point of trying to get reimbursement from the state for holding those inmates and trying to figure out how we can get those inmates into the state facilities and away from the county facilities, which may be one of the reasons why, this body supports building those mega prisons, because we have so many prisoners that we gotta put them somewhere else, like in the county. Like we're not even able to move them. So would they not have the opportunity for their hearings?
They would have their hearing. I think it's easier to get to a county jail instead of a state prison.
Okay.
So the legal team for the Department of Bureau of Pardons and Parole address the state correctional facilities.
So for the pardons and parole hearing, for instance, in Atmore, so if a state prisoner is in the Metro Jail in Mobile, they would just bust them up for the hearing in Atmore?
No, sir. The hearing officer actually goes to the correctional facility or the county.
So they would go to either or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I thought we said that this didn't address the counties, or we're talking about the county inmates, but not the state inmates that's housed at the county.
I may have misunderstood your question, but a hearing officer goes to the county jail or to the state facility to provide that hearing. You were talking about transporting, so I was just clarifying that.
Okay, so someone from the State Pardons and Parole Board would go to wherever the state prisoner is for the hearing, whether it's in a county jail or in a state facility, correct?
Right, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, that's understandable. And you're just asking to, instead of forcing them to try to do this all between a 20-day window, to give them 40 days to do it?
Right, yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason why is it because they're short on manpower? Is it a reason why? Because if you're adding the days on, would that mean that we could possibly be holding someone additional days from being able to go to work? What if they get out, right? So it's kind of like, are we creating a situation that'll make it more difficult by adding this additional time frame where a person couldn't be able to get out and get back being a productive citizen in society because the due process is now taking double the time that it was taking in the first place?
No, sir. This is just under a state of emergency where the parole court hearing officer will not be able to get in the state facility. We want to clear up any matter.
Oh, this is simply just state of emergency only?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 255. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. SB 55 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
The clerk will call back up SB 162. Chair recognizes Representative Hill. The chair further recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
Page 19 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 162 by Senator Barfoot.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to offer an amendment.
Clerk will receive the amendment.
An amendment, what it really does is, it's in the case, one member of the House of Representatives appointed by the minority leader of the House and one member of the Senate appointed by the Senate minority leader.
And Mr. Speaker, I would consider this a friendly amendment, and I would ask that we adopt it.
Question for the body's adoption of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Speaker, then I would ask that we pass this bill as amended.
Question for the body's final passage, SB 162 is amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. SB 162 passes.
Thank you, and thank you for giving Ms. Hall the opportunity to do the amendment she wanted to do, because it's fine. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 191 by Senator Gavan relating to the Alabama Alcoholic Beverage Control Board.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to present SB 191 by Senator Gavan. This relates to the ABC Board, the Alcoholic Beverage and Control Board, their ability to own real property. This pertains not to their retail stores, but only to their warehouse. It came out in our sunset review of the ABC Board this year that they were going to be spending a lot of money, and they were getting reviews and bids on leasing a large warehouse, and this will be particular to their needs. And if there's no questions, I'd like to move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Bracey of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield.
Of course, how can I help you?
You didn't want to call my name?
He did say your name.
He said it kind of slow.
Oh.
Like, oh, okay. Just a couple quick questions. So, of course, I support the ABC board, and I serve on the committee. It's just something that just popped in my head. And I'm just wondering, how do we go about the process of them purchasing this property? Because I know one of the things that we try to do in committee is we try to always make sure that boards and commissions represent the racial makeup of the state. And we try to make sure that we hold people accountable to those things. Does anything like this come into play? Because a lot of times when you go and purchase buildings, you hire contractors, you have different things that happen because you can't just purchase a building and it become the ABC board warehouse. There's some things have to be retrofitted, things have to be put into place to make sure that it fits the need that they're looking for. Do we have anything in place to make sure that when this happens, that all citizens in the state of Alabama will have the opportunity to participate in the process of the ABC board doing their expansion? And you know what I mean?
Right. I'll attempt to answer that question in that right now, currently, the ABC board is prohibited from owning any property. But when they were taking out bids for leasing the property, it looked like they were doing a lot of extensive work on finding a proper lease. But some of the buildings were going to cost a lot of money, like you said, to retrofit for their particular use. So as I understand what their hopes are, not that that's going to be a reality, I do believe that they will go out and take it for bids, but I understand that they'd like to do much like we're doing our state house. Have a design build with the RSA so that the money all stays within the state of Alabama. They may be looking at a lease to own, but as I have known and experienced with the ABC board, they've returned a lot of money and want to keep the money in the state of Alabama and want to do anything to contribute to the budget.
Right, and I think that's very important for Alabama companies to be able to do the work. But I also think it's important for Black-owned businesses, women-owned businesses to have the opportunity as well, even with the design build type processes and things like that. I think, we have a responsibility as well to make sure that some things are in place to make sure that our contractors also look like the racial makeup of the state and that we're spending money and making sure that we're not putting things in place that only a certain segment of the population that meeting certain qualifications can get these jobs, because a lot of them may have the bonding capacity and things like that to be able to hold these jobs where some of these smaller companies don't. So it's not really a back and forth about it, but I'm just hoping that if they are listening, that they would, at least through the process, provide those opportunities, even if it's for mentorships for small and minority businesses and Black-owned businesses to have those opportunities, because I would hate for us to give them this first opportunity that they've ever had of being able to own their own and be able to create their own, and it doesn't look like Alabama, because we do make up about 27% of Alabama, meaning that it should be about that percent of contractors. You know what I mean? Just providing that opportunity. And I don't think we had that language anywhere, because it's the first time. And it's something that I just kind of thought about as I was sitting here, just wanting to make sure that we encourage them to do, what I consider to be the right thing by all citizens of the state.
I'm sure they are listening, and this really is truly a one-page bill. So it offers up that they may, not that they shall. But if I'm not mistaken, I do recall that I think the new director of the ABC is a minority member, and I can only imagine that it would be in his heart to make sure to include participation of all minorities of the state of Alabama.
Well, I would hope so, but, with it not being in writing, we don't know. And I just like to encourage them as a supporter. I don't drink alcohol, but I do support what they do with the state ABC board.
Right, they return a lot of money to the state.
And I support them through our committee as well. So I would just encourage them to, do what we think may be the right thing to do as we move forward in this process, going down a road that we've never been down before. So thank you.
I'm sure they will take your comments to heart and try to do their best. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 95 yeas, no, 1 nay. The BIR is adopted.
If there's no further questions, may I ask for final passage of SB 191?
Question for, I'm sorry, Chair recognizes Representative Robbins of Talladega.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Chair. What may I do for you, please?
I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
And basically, it was a question I had for Senator Gavan that we were talking about, and I didn't know you were going to be carrying the bill, or I would have talked to you about it before.
Surprise.
I know. I had a question, and really the thought is, how do we know that, because we're talking about buying possibly a lot of warehouses across the state, potentially several, well, so ABC could become a property management where they're managing this property. But how do we know that they are paying fair market value for the property that they are buying? And how do we put guardrails on that process? Or it's paying, $500,000 for this, but it's only worth $350,000. So I looked at what the Forever Wild Board is when they purchase property, and they require two appraisals, and that the board cannot purchase property over the appraised value unless 3/5 of the board agree to, and they can only purchase up to 125% of the appraised value. So what that does is it creates a guardrail. So since they're using our tax dollars to buy this, that they're not being gouged by someone, and our tax dollars are being spent more than they should be. Or you have a bad actor that says, my brother-in-law owns land somewhere, and we're going to overpay for the land that he has because we have the ability to do that. So I talked to Senator Gavan. He was fine with a guardrail, but I quickly got an amendment done, so I'm not sure if we want to rush and do an amendment that fast on the floor. But I just kind of wanted to talk with you about it and see what your thought is, and see, because I think we need to have guardrails so we don't use tax dollars and overpay.
Well, based upon our prior conversations about this, you brought a bill forward to my for the boards, agency, and commissions, and then we've had a couple of conversations on the floor about it. This year, the House is in charge of the sunset audits, and I have asked that that be a part of all of the sunset audits. So for the boards that we will be reviewing 2024 going forward, that's going to be a part, definitely, of the sunset review. Under the scenario of the RSA building this custom warehouse, how do you picture that guardrail?
Well, that's a contractual agreement between an entity and RSA. The bill, the board has the authority or may purchase real property for warehouse or warehouses. So they as the board could buy land, whether that be real property, and then build a warehouse, or they could buy a warehouse. So they could enter into an agreement outside of any agreement with RSA, and we'd give them that authority. So my concern would be that this outside agreement, this agreement between the board and a private landowner, there is no guardrail on making sure that they're not overspending tax dollars. So that's my concern. But I'm worried about literally getting an amendment typed and walking down here as soon as it got printed without showing it to you. So I'm not going to introduce it, but that's my concern, is that I want to put more guardrails up to protect the tax dollars.
Okay, I can appreciate your stance and wanting to protect the tax dollars, but you're right. This late in the session, that might very well kill the bill to get it here and then send it up there real quick. But I will defer to whatever you want to do. If you're not going to do that, and would you like to introduce that next year, I'm sure that'd be good as well.
Right, but I just wanted to see if you had any answer. And Senator Gavan seemed to, I would assume that the board has rulemaking authority on how they would create rules on purchasing land, but my concern is just that, one, how much are they buying? Two, what are they paying for it? 3, what are they using it for? Obviously for warehouse, but then how do you define warehousing? Because it's not defined in the code, so warehouse could be a plethora of things.
And you know, when we fill out our ethics form, you have to say whether you rent real property to the ABC board in particular.
Right, you do, or to
And
any
then I think
government
there's actually a
entity.
prohibition that they can't lease from anybody that's in the legislature.
Right, my concern isn't the legislature. My concern is I'm on the ABC board, and my brother-in-law owns 10 acres off the interstate, and yeah, it has value, but we overpay by $200,000 just because I want to make sure he gets a little extra money. And there'd be no way to check that. And that's why I wanted an appraisal process, because we do that for other government entities when they buy land, but we're not going to do that for the ABC board.
All right, well, if you'd like to submit that, I understand I can go get my cell phone and see if Senator Gavin is listening, but I forgot to bring it up here.
Yeah, so what I'll do is, because I just got this, I don't think there'll be anyone else speaking, but I'm going to send a text, a message to Senator Gavin to see what he thinks about this amendment. And if other people start talking, then maybe we can have time. But if not, well, I'll just have to vote no. But thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassel of Montgomery.
Thank you. Would the gentleman, would the women yield?
Yes, sir.
I just got a quick question. How many warehouses is the ABC board using now in the state? Do you know?
I know that they had one. I don't know of the total, but I know that they had one in Montgomery, and then they were going to have to, they were putting it out for rebid because they've certainly outgrown it. And none of the properties that they were looking at actually fit their needs. So when they were before sunset, the cost to retrofit and have a particular, you know how they have the little rollers and everything that the logistics inside of the warehouse where they pull and the automated processing of it, it was going to cost a lot of money, and yet that was going to go into a piece of property that they didn't own. But
they're not building anything. They're just going to buy an existing property?
No, they were going to, and then the Sunset Committee just saw how much money that they were going to have to do to retrofit the ones that they had looked at. And so it was a discussion then that it would be more cost effective for the state if they could actually own their own, design it, build it to their particular needs.
Okay.
Because what they were going to spend to retro one would not be good. Oh, they have 4 warehouse locations.
So they have 4 locations. So
Yes.
they're going to buy they're going to buy 4 locations. I guess they're spread it throughout the state, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they're going to buy,
They have a main one, and then I think they had some distribution centers.
okay, so they're not going to have just one main one.
Correct.
They're going to build, not
But they
build,
do
buy
have
4
one
new.
that's going to be the largest of them. That's what we were discussing in Sunset.
Do you know what they're spending now for those 4 facilities?
No, sir, I don't have that. Well, let's see. They have spent $22.6 million has been paid on lease payments since 2000. And the last year, the lease was renegotiated. And that doesn't include expenses for maintenance, repairs, insurance, and taxes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And they pay more, $1.5 million per year to private landlords as well. So the larger figure that I gave you had the retrofitting and everything else that they had to do to it.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 191. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 90 yeas, 5 nays. SB 191 passes. The chair would now
Thank you, Bonnie.
recognize. Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds of Madison.
Mr. Chair, I would ask for a suspension of the rules for the General Fund Committee to meet, room 617 at 3:30 right now.
Is there any objection? Hearing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 98 by Senator Orr relating to public schools.
Chair recognizes Representative Collins of Morgan.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Orr began working on Senate Bill 98 to do a school security program back in the summer and late fall. Unbeknownst to him, his goal was to harden schools and make sure that they had inspections like regularly to make sure that they're safe. Well, unbeknownst to him, the Speaker reinstated the school safety task force from the House. And so he has agreed to let us make some changes to his. And so I'm going to ask for the BIR, but I'll be happy to explain the sub after that or before it, whichever you prefer. Because there will be a sub because the House recommendations are in with his bill.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
I would ask for us to adopt the sub, and here's what the sub does. It does exactly what he wanted, sets up the school security inspections, doesn't use an A through an F, it uses a color rating, which would be red, green, yellow. It has grants to fund those with the greatest of needs. It has mapping in collaboration with ALEA, Department of Education, and Fire Department, and that's at that upper level. And then it includes our local level in every single school system, changing school security coordinator to district safety coordinator so that we know it's for the whole district. It sets up what qualifications those people would need to have and what their duties would be. And it requires them to annually have a collaboration between their local law enforcement, be it police or sheriff, Department of Education, fire, and emergency management. So I'd ask that happy to answer any questions or ask that we adopt the sub.
Question for the body's adoption of the sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, 1 nay. The substitute is adopted.
And I ask for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 98 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 yeas, no nays. SB 98 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 157 by Senator Orr relating to public education employees.
Chair recognizes Representative Garrett of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This is SB 157. I do have a substitute that came out of the committee that reflects amendments that were submitted by the School Board Association, the superintendents, AEA, and class, which they've all pretty much been in agreement or neutral on these amendments. What this bill would do would be to authorize teachers to exclude disruptive students under certain circumstances, would provide procedures for returning disruptive students to class, would authorize the principal to suspend a student who has been excluded 3 times in a month, would require boards of education to adopt policies and procedures related to this bill, would provide certain civil and criminal immunity to teachers and to boards, would comply with federal special education law, and it follows the due process bill that Senator Smitherman and Representative Collins sponsored. This bill passed the Senate 34-0. The reason for this bill is right now we have a situation where we know we have disruptive students in our classrooms. It's inhibiting our ability to get teachers in the classroom, to keep teachers, to recruit teachers. It's impacting the learning of the other students. And this right here is a book that has stories from Alabama's classrooms, which is from April 13th through 16th, a story of all the situations that are happening in the classrooms. We have teachers that are being abused, students that are being physically and verbally abused. We have students that are just not able to function in the classroom. It's disrupting everything in the classroom. And the problem is that what happens too often is that a student is asked to leave the classroom and to cool down, and then ultimately is just told to go back into the classroom, and the situation is never resolved. Boards, superintendents, schools, principals are all afraid of lawsuits. We understand that. But this is a situation that is impacting learning in our public schools. And so what this bill would do would be to set the guidelines. And again, it complies with federal law, complies with the due process law, but it basically says that principals and superintendents and school boards need to step up to the plate and come up with a solution with these children and not just say, go back into the classroom. Certain of these children have behavioral issues that are certainly within their control. Certain are students that are under IEPs, but that whole situation needs to be resolved. So the sub that I'm speaking with, that I will speak to, reflects all of the amendments that were proposed and the committee adopted. But with that, I would urge the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Boyd of Calhoun.
Not this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Hollis of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to get an understanding on exactly what we're doing here, because I know we're talking about, and I see a lot of things go on in the schools, because I'm always in the schools. I've talked with teachers who have literally been abused by students.
Right.
And I understand what you're trying to do, I think. But I guess my thinking goal is, what do we do with these kids? You know, what do we do with these kids once they are suspended or removed from class? Do we send them to another school? What is the plan?
So what this bill basically sets forth is some procedures, but also each school system and school would have their own policies. But what this bill would provide, that there are certain situations where a teacher would refer a student to the principal. And at some point, the principal would make the determination of when that student should be going back into class and what the conditions are. It sets forth a process where there'd be discussions with the parents, if that's possible, if not with whoever we need to basically get through this issue. But it would basically provide for a mechanism for that child to go back into the classroom. If ultimately that's not working, then yeah, they should have maximum or policies that deal with what the repercussions would be, and that could include and may include transfer to an alternative school if that's possible.
So we are including the parents.
Yes, yes.
So we're
Yeah.
basically before, I guess, the end part, we are doing everything with this process, which is including the parents, talking to the student. I guess I'm thinking when I was in school, there was a special school where kids went when they were disobedient, when they couldn't be controlled. And you have a lot of these kids that, you know, that's out there pretty much raising themselves.
Right.
And so that's why I was wondering, so once we go through this process, what actually happened to that kid that is possibly removed from the class?
There would be counseling with the student and information provided to the parents and saying, here's the behavior, here's the problem, here's what's going to happen. Now, the teacher also has to comply with their classroom management plan. You can't just expel a kid or kick a kid out because for any good reason.
Right.
We're talking about these extreme situations that we all see happening. And so, yeah, it is a process. But what it does is it forces, I think, the administration to step up and say, we've got to come up with a solution to address this other than cool off and go back in the classroom. That's just not working.
Okay. Well, I'm for it. I just wanted to, make sure I had an understanding of it because, as I said earlier, I've spoken with many teachers and principals and understand that the abuse that some of them go through, with some of the kids, and then they can't do anything. Right. So my hat go out to school teachers and nurses because I couldn't do it, neither one.
I was at an event you invited me to, and there were a lady that got up and spoke very eloquently about this issue. She had come to Alabama to teach and only lasted about a year because she said, I can't handle what's going on in the classroom. She
Right.
felt she'd been threatened, and she was a very, impressive person. That's just happening too much.
Right, it is, it is. Okay, that's, want to
Thank
make
you.
sure I understood.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Fincher of Cherokee. Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Representative Garrett, I want to thank you for bringing this legislation. As you've already noted, it's costing us teachers and it's costing us class time. We have teachers now that are being physically assaulted, and they're it's turning into a jungle. You know, you saw the old movie, The Blackboard Jungle. It's literally turning into a jungle in some places. I taught in the public schools 31 years. I was never attacked by anyone or really threatened by anyone. But right after I retired, I was called into another classroom in the middle of a year because someone had left, moving to another school at mid-year, and they needed someone to cover the classroom. And I had a student in one of my classes, they were ninth graders that I inherited, and I had a student in one of my classes that really needed to be, he was special education, and he was not a mean-spirited young man, but he would wander around. When the bell rang, he would not take his seat. And it would take me maybe 5 or 10 minutes to get him placed in a seat so class could proceed. And there are 25 other kids in that classroom that are there for an education, and it's costing them 10 minutes a day of instruction while that one student is being dealt with. And so there are situations, and sometimes we forget the kids that are there to get an education. And they're the losers in this when there are disruptive students in the classroom. And our administrators and our school boards sometimes are fearful of lawsuits and seem to be unwilling to actually step forward and deal with this. And this will give them some legal backup to do that. And I just want to thank you for bringing this piece of legislation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments.
Chair recognizes Representative Baker of Escambia.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Garrett, thank you for bringing this bill as well. I think Representative Fincher already made a lot of comments that I could have made myself in regards to the teachers in the classroom and being supportive of them. And I think that's what this bill is intended to do. Teachers have become increasingly more overwhelmed with all the different demands that have been placed upon them. That it's changed dramatically over the last, 2-3 decades in regards to the demands that are placed on the teachers in regards to everything from the well-being of these students, from their physical well-being, their mental well-being, their social well-being, but as much so then intellectually than the academics that we know is a strong part of their focus. And so this bill, as I see it, is just simply providing then I guess a level of security and support for these teachers in the classroom to make them feel that they are being supported. So thank you so much for bringing this.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Representative Baker being the fourth person recognized on the BR. The question for the body now is adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. The BR is adopted. The chair now recognizes Representative Hurst of Talladega.
Mr. Speaker, may I move to adopt the sub? You've already recognized.
I got a question. For several years now, I've raised so much cane about the discipline in the classrooms. I feel like you intend to fix this problem. We've been meeting with a lot of people at home, teachers, et cetera, for a long time. Myself and Mr. and Reed's trying to work on something similar to this. The biggest thing I'm hearing from teachers are when the child misbehaves in the classroom, they send them to the principal's office. They come back, and the principal comes back and tells that teacher, don't send them anymore, you take care of the problem.
That's right.
Now, if we can take care of that problem, we can give some respect to the teachers and a little bit more power to the teachers.
That's exactly what this bill is trying to do.
I've been raising Cain about this for years and years and years and years and years and years. And all I get out of it is the superintendent of education got full control, we got no control. So are you gonna tell me that y'all gonna try to do something where the superintendent don't control y'all too? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Question for the body's adoption of the sub. The clerk on the locking machine, the members will vote. We're going to get to you. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted. Question before the chair now recognizes Representative Sellers of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for this piece of legislation. Y'all might not want to hear what I got to say. When we took God out of school, part of your problem arrived. When you take the paddle out of the hand of the teacher, part of your problem arrived. I have to hear this conversation every single day from my wife because she deals with the discipline in her school. And I tell her every day, you need a resident butt whooper in your school to handle discipline. Too many times, the teachers and the principals cannot do it all, and we cannot legislate in the home. But if parents are listening, you need to discipline your child before they get to school. Their discipline disrupts the day of every single student in that classroom. And until parents take responsibility of their bad children and handle it, I'm not talking about the kids with IEPs or special issues, but I'm talking about children that don't have discipline at home. Until parents take care of that discipline, then we can change our schools and it'll be a wholesome environment for our education.
Thank you. Well said.
The chair recognizes Representative Boyd of Calhoun.
Save the best to last.
Thank you so much for the recognition.
Okay.
I feel just like now, standing here, just like these disruptive students and parents you're talking about. Disrespect on the last, I'll forget about the lights not being on the last. You all stood up in here, and I want you to listen to me because I'm a teacher at heart. We're just as rude as we can be to people when they come to this microphone. You stood up. I know I won't get an applause, but nobody in this class can match my 45 years and 6 months of teaching. And all of them did not, most of them didn't look like me. The military, now you just listen. It's two sides to every story. I went through it with Fort McClellan officers coming to the South, that we all were ignorant. But I learned protocol. I'd say, sir, if they come in my classroom, sir, they must do as I say, sir, or you may take them out. Now, this is the people's house. Yes, children are disruptive. Parents are disruptive. We are disruptive. We are discourteous to each other. Many, many times, you don't have to say a word. You can just walk by some of them and just look at us and say, go home. That time is almost here. But if God be with us all, it'll be all answered in due time, in due season, because we have to give an account of each of our. It's not what you see, it's really what's inside that counts. And if we would just be just a little bit more patient with each other, a little bit more understanding, and to God be the glory. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I will tell you one thing that I was surprised at when someone came to my office to talk to me about Senate Bill 157, that we felt that there was a need to have a discipline process statewide. I mean, I have not taught in a system where they don't have a process. So that concerned me. I certainly understand the concern about behavior of children, but I didn't see any evidence of the data collected to determine, is there a place where information relative to, based on this particular bill, that would be collected by the State Department of Education, that the State Department of Education will request the information that is, in terms of number of students suspended, the reasons why they were suspended, those kinds of things?
That's not required with legislation. I'm sure that would be something that could be done. I would suspect that a school board who's going to have to now adopt policies and protect those, and support those policies
Sure.
is going to be collecting a lot of data. I would suspect this is going to shake up the apple cart a little bit, because people will know that there's consequences to actions, and I think we'll hear about. I think the collection of data will not be an issue.
But there's nothing in here that I've seen that says that would happen.
Now, this is not requiring the state approval. Each institution, each locality is different.
But
they
I
have
do-
different issues.
But don't you think, if we're talking about making a difference in the classroom, I think it works both ways. I think in terms of students and what this expectation is. I know some people walk into a classroom with certain types of students and don't expect much from them, and they don't get much from them.
Right. That's right.
So that's one. There's others that have a great expectation when they walk into the classroom and demand respect. Now, remember, I've been out of class for a while, so life may be a lot different than I anticipated. But demand respect, and the challenge of discipline is not that case. But I also say that many times that when students do come to school, I just don't, especially elementary, and I can't say this about whether or not that's a thought for high school students. That child doesn't come to school saying, okay, today I'm going in there and throw a chair at a teacher. There has to be something, some problem, something that's going on. And we've talked a lot about mental health. I think we need all of those things, not just this plan, but we need all of the things, all of the resources. And I know that's a large demand that's been placed on the school system. Whereas before, when parents were more involved, there were two parents in the home. We certainly did not have the problem that we have today, and certainly the school has taken on a lot of the challenges that our communities are demanding. But I do think it's important that we see what the data shows from this particular, since this becomes a statewide plan for discipline. We got a statewide plan for discipline. And then the school system from this plan creates their own if they don't have one, I'm understanding.
Well,
Am I right?
I don't want to interrupt you, but so the bill does require the State Board of Education to adopt a model policy. Now, a system may adopt that policy, or they can adopt their own policy, but it has to at least have the minimum standards set forth in the state policy. So this does say to the state school board, you've got to come up with a model policy for systems. And then each system can adopt that, or they can adopt their own, but it can't be anything less than what the state board has adopted.
And then in addition to that, the classroom teacher also is expected to have their
A management plan, a classroom management plan, which the principal has to approve. And before this process gets to the point that a child is expelled, a lot of boxes have to be checked. One, of all those things in place. Number two, did the teacher follow her classroom management plan? Which is not your curriculum plan. It's how do you deal with a student who has who's unruly. There's a process and a way to do that. I talked to a couple of first-year teachers who told me in their first year, when they came in and the first time a kid just did something that was disobeyed, they would send them out. Well, that's not the way that's not. But so the classroom management plan will help a teacher understand, okay, here's how to set up, here's how to handle these discipline issues before they become severe. We're talking about, though, an environment we have today where a lot of times I don't think there are those classroom management plans, and I think that there's some mistakes made maybe on the teacher part, but we're talking about getting to the point where these disruptions and these behavior issues are so severe that they're just out of control. So I think this sets up policies, classroom management plan, but also puts the pressure on the administration to deal with the problem and to make some tough choices.
And I certainly agree with that. I think it is certainly appropriate that the classroom teacher, the person that's in the classroom, has a responsibility of being able to manage his or her class, that administrator of that particular building has a responsibility to make sure that if that teacher has followed that plan, that he or she supports her or him. And the one part that I thought it says is section 4 on page 5. An education employee may not be held civilly or criminally liable for his or her action while addressing student behavior that could lead to exclusion pursuant to section 3. Lead to exclusion that could lead to exclusion pursuant.
I'm sorry.
Do you know what that
Tell me
is?
the reference again. Page what now?
I'm on page 5,
Okay.
section 4, which indicates an education employee may not be held civilly or criminally liable for his or her action while addressing student behavior that could lead to exclusion pursuant to section 3 if these actions are carried out in conformity. I was trying to determine what that was. Could lead to exclusion pursuant.
So what could cause a child to be excluded from the classroom? You can't hold the teacher liable if they have carried out in conformity with the rules of the State Board of Education or the policies of the local board where she is the.
So section 3, when I look, if it referred me back to pursuant to section 3. So section 3 says
It tells what, beginning with this school year, a teacher may exclude from his or her classroom any student who does any of the following. And there's a list of
Which page are you on?
That's on page 3, top of page 3.
Oh, yeah, section 3, okay. All right, so disorderly beginning with the 24, a teacher may exclude from his or her class any student who is engaged in disorderly conduct. You know, disorderly conduct can be a lot of stuff. Based on what the teacher's plan is, it can be any number of things.
Well, disorderly conduct is defined in the bill as any conduct that intentionally disrupts, disturbs, interferes with the teaching of the students, or disturbs the peace, order, or discipline at any school.
Right. So, I'm just saying that's a wide range, but that's not my behavior in a manner that obstructs the teaching. Threaten, abuses, intimidate, attempt to intimidate. I hear people have that challenge a lot. Willfully disobeys an education employee. How do we I'm just saying, use abuse and profane language directed at them. Yeah, well, by the time they finish that, I would have probably have a problem with them with that. But all I'm saying is, I'm looking for, as we do this, that there is a report that gives us information that how important this was, or maybe there are some things that we need to do. And then two, what about making sure that our teachers are prepared for going into the classroom and having the resources, and that student, if there is a need, that they have the resources. Many times we have teachers going into the classroom that are not in the area that they're teaching. I'll give you a good example. Now, many people get on me when I talk about Teach for America, but we had a teacher that was in Teach for America who was a drama teacher, drama major, but they were teaching biology.
Right.
Now that teacher, I'm sorry, is going to have problems.
Right.
I'm saying if we're going to do that, if we're going to make sure that
time has expired.
every child should have
Time has
a person
expired.
in their classroom that's certified.
Chair recognizes Representative Jackson of Clark.
And took God out the house. Now, what we have become is that we want to drop our children off at pre-K or kindergarten and pick them up at graduation. And there's a lot goes on between that time. Accountability for parents and for children. And then I want to look at it again. I taught school 23 years. There are some people in the classroom shouldn't be in the classroom. Teachers are called, just like ministers. And you got to have a certain degree of tolerance to work with young adolescents. And if you have no data trail to back up these claims. The reason why I said because I worked as a counselor. I put out fires throughout the school district because there was a difference in the discipline system and the personnel that did this. Some people tolerate some things, some people tolerate little or none. And this caused a child a problem because in one classroom, they're 100% student. The next classroom, they can get away with everything. And so what is taking place here is how do we deal with tolerance? How do we tolerate indifferences? See, these kids are bussed in from different communities. They're taught different things. But how do we codify? See, when I worked in the school system there in Clark County, there was kids coming from Walker Springs, from Alma, from Choctaw Bluff, and Manila, another little 5 or 6 different little communities, and everybody had different ways of doing things. But they all came to Jackson High School. So you set the tone. The teacher sets the tone, not the student. And I heard my colleagues say, you have to have expectations for your children, but you give all of them a degree of success. You make them feel like they are wanted, and they can learn, and you're giving them all the resources to be productive. But when you have a negative attitude, and when you talk down to young people, when you make them feel like nothing, that's when the problem arises. Now, I worked in an elementary school, and there were some young teachers in there, didn't tolerate little boys, black boys, I'm going to use the term, but the black teachers didn't have no problem with those boys. They would call me and I'd come in, they're standing on the outside of the classroom. And I'm wondering, why are you out here? You can't learn out here. Well, the teacher put me out. Now, what were you doing? I asked the question. What were you doing when the teacher put you out? I was raising my hand because I needed to go to the little boys' room and they wouldn't let me go. And I didn't want to wet myself in the classroom. And the teacher didn't tolerate the kids doing these things. And see, all these things create problems. Let me say this. And that child, those children, those boys, my future, was denied the opportunity to be successful because they was shut down at 4th and 5th and 6th grade. And they dropped out of school. They stopped learning. But they couldn't leave school until they became 16 years of age. That's when they quit. But they stopped learning at that age because nobody made them feel like they was important. Let me ask the question, what is a disruptive student?
So that was defined in the bill, one that does this disruptive behavior and or disorderly conduct. They intentionally disrupt, disturb, or interfere with the teaching of the students or disturbs the peace, order, or discipline of the school. Then it goes on later in the bill to enumerate disorderly conduct, behaves in a manner that disrupts the teaching, threatens, abuses, intimidates, or attempts to intimidate an educational employee or another student, willfully disobeys an employee, uses abusive or profane language. There's a list there. You're speaking, though, I think, went to an important point of having these classroom management plans. Where
you gotta have them. You gotta have them.
Need to know, in the environment I'm going to be in, here's how I approach discipline issues.
How you deal with the first problem.
That's right. And I don't think they're not taught that in college. They're thrown into a classroom. All this is going on. So I think on the one hand, it requires that structure to be in place. And for this all to work out, the teacher has got to follow that.
See, if you don't have a structure, you ain't gonna ever fix the problem. Thank you. That's all I wanted to bring out. See, and we got people in there that don't want to. I'm not. You get the attention of the child. As on the.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson.
I don't believe that.
I don't know why y'all keep turning my light off like that. You let it work at times. I appreciate your bill, but I think we continue to miss the mark. Every child that comes to school for an education. And we'll say this over and over again. You have too many problems with the children. You have some children that are drug babies. You got some children that have other mental issues and things. We haven't tried to take care of those issues. If we could take care of those issues, then I think we could start seeing the light of day. The other thing is when, even if a child has an issue and the teacher takes those issues to the appropriate person, they deny it. And within our school systems, what I learned as a board member, most times when you're talking about discipline problem for whatever reason, the superintendent don't want a long list of discipline problems like you have in that book coming out of their school because they get penalized. So then the superintendent stressed to the principals, if something is happening in your school, you don't report it. I know the day that one of my little children, 2nd grade, broke one of the teacher's arm, twisted it till she broke it. The principal wouldn't even allow her colleagues to call an ambulance to come take the lady to get her arm worked on. And then said, don't you mention it to anybody. The problems get, the children, they don't know any better. So we got to deal with the adult factor first. Everything you're talking about, they need to put rules and regulations in place. They are there. They're already there. Corporal punishment is there. But in most of our schools, they don't want to take the time, and that comes from the federal dollars they get. Most of your superintendents and your principals don't want to take the time to put the regulations in place and send them home to their mother and their fathers or whomever is their guardian. So we got to deal with the adult problem that we got. We got to deal with the home, because what I'm concerned about now is the number of children we expel from school. We expel them from school, then we see them on the 6 o'clock news where they done shot somebody. We expel them from the school to the street. So I think that it's best for us, which I know we don't ever get to that point, where we look at putting the penalty on the parent. Because a lot of times, I know my daughter-in-law does special ed. Sometimes when the teacher makes the request that a child needs an IEP, the parents don't want it. They don't want it. And so then that child goes without any treatment or any type of process put in place to best educate that child. Whereas the parents that will allow it to happen, the best is put in place for their child. But I think we have to deal with the adult factor. And if you will go back and look at the rules and regulations in every one of our school districts, something is there. But because society, I guess, if there's a report that school A has more discipline problems than school B, then we try to put all of our children in school B. So then eventually school B has discipline problems. Even with the charter schools that we have, when they identify, and private schools, when they identify that a child is a problem, they send those children right back to public school, but we don't have the dollars that go with them to be able to properly manage and take care of those children. So I appreciate what you're trying to do. It's just that we got to deal with the state superintendent and his staff. From the state superintendent and his staff, we got to go down to every...
You okay with that?
Who is this taking up my time? He taking up my time?
He's not going to take up your time.
Does he plan to give my time back to me?
I can listen. I'm listening.
Okay.
I don't listen to him. I'm listening to you. Okay.
See Jane run. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
Okay, now you know that multitasking get to be a lot.
I know.
See, the big wigs come in the chamber, boy. Don't we melt?
Hey, my attention is focused on you.
I know it until the big wig leaves. But I appreciate you doing this, but I think I would feel better if we deal with the adult component. Starting over there off of Ripley in that building. Then we go to the school boards. I think that when it comes to school boards stepping up, they not. Because the school boards, most times are there once we start electing school board, which I look for one in Birmingham, because the appointed school board got to be just like the elected eventually got, where they don't care as much because everything is for public show. And when you look at a school board, we got to also look at what the state law says that a school board can and cannot do. Only thing that they make a recommendation is up to the superintendent. If you want stricter rules and regulations, if the superintendent don't put it on a calendar, you never see it. The school board member can't put it there. So I think we need to look at the chain of command from the state superintendent to your local superintendent, and look at how you could give school boards more rights and authority to come up with the policies that you need, because all we do is vote. And if we look at the adult situation, we look at the people who are in authority, what they can and cannot do, then I think that we can address all of the issues. But always putting it on the child. Don't no child purposely come to the classroom to disrupt unless he or she don't know no better. They're not getting any discipline in the house, so they do at school what they do at home. So if they cutting up at school, they cutting up at home also. But I do think that we got to go to where the authority is for the state, and we got to come up with some mechanism to get in the home. And I know that's not something that we want to do, to go into the homes, but for parents that don't know how to parent, what do you continue to do? Where are the programs for that? I know Birmingham used to have an excellent program where we engaged parents when a teacher would identify a child that was extreme discipline problem. But then we got a superintendent that came in from out of Alabama. But worked, and I say I appreciate what you're trying to do, but we have just got to get to the people who are in authority that prevent these teachers from doing what they got to do. We got to get into the homes where the parents fell through the crack. So we never got to address their issues, and they became parents. So they're just trying to do what they believe is best, but because we weren't successful with them, they pass it on to their children. So I appreciate you listening. You are multitasking. That's a good thing, but I just hope and pray we will get to that point, something that the public can engage in, and we can come up with something that's workable, because in our community, we're dealing with it overtime. And I had a young man in my class, in my community, because his mother was on drugs and would not go to the parent-teacher conference. Good young man, quiet, did his work. They put him out of school, period, just because the mama wouldn't come to school for parent-teacher conference. And you know who got him while he was out of school? The gang got him. Then you know where he ended up? In his grave. So we got to deal with the adults. The adults are the problem here, and somehow or another, for each category that we're in, we got to work on us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really working on an amendment. I'd like to, and it deals with collecting data. That we receive a report, so I've asked them to do that so I can continue to talk unless you have someone else and you don't.
I actually do have, Senator Orr just brought some amendments I want to offer, just one amendment that.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, let's let him do that, Ms. Hall,
Sure,
if that's okay with
fine.
you.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 157 by Representative Garrett.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Senator Orr just came down and handed me an amendment. He has talked with all the education groups, the Department of Finance, and with AEA as well. And what this does is really just tightens up some legal language on line 146. Under this act, it says, under terms and conditions established by the Department of Finance consistent with this act. This is talking about the Educators Liability Trust Fund. They're going to be reimbursed expenses. Just adding the words under terms and conditions established by the Department of Finance consistent with this act just clarifies there. On line 162 on page 6, the following, if the Educators Liability Trust Fund does not, it currently says if it's unable to pay, this just says does not pay. So that's a clarification there. And then on line 165, it mentions the reimbursement may be made by the employee and local board of education at its sole discretion. So this is just, again, legal comments, and I would ask for approval of the amendment.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment. All those in favor will vote aye. Opposed, vote no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment, would you release the mic to Chairman Reynolds for just a point of personal privilege?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Chairman Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to announce, body, and kudos to you for the hard work you do The Senate has concurred with the general fund budget, both Senate Bill 66 and 67. And Mr. Speaker, if I could, I'd like to recognize my committee.
You're recognized.
Members, I want to recognize the committee right quick of the general fund that made it possible for the Senate to concur with this. They do great work, and obviously this body supported that work. Co-chair Chris Blackshear, Ms. Laura Hall, Napoleon Bracey, Brett Easterbrook, Donna Givens, Bill Lamb, Paul Lee, A.J. McCampbell, Arnold Mooney, Jeff Sorrells, Chris Sales, Carrie Underwood, Pebblin Warren, and Andy Witt. And certainly want to recognize Diane Harper for all the hard work she does. Dustin and Kirk with the LSA office. Thanks so much for all the support. Just help me welcome. Thank you.
Congratulations. Job well done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chairman Garrett?
Yes, sir. Representative Hall has an amendment, I believe.
Okay. You got the amendments, Hall? Okay. Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 157 by Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you.
Representative Hall.
Mr. Speaker, what this amendment does is that it is said in that the report, I just handed her both copies. May I take one of them? To collect data pertinent or related to their disciplinary actions. And then each local board would compile that information and send it, that's collected and sent to the State Department of Education. And then the State Department of Education shall compile a report from each one of those to the legislature no later than the first day of each regular legislative session. The ultimate goal for is that the data is collected. And then once we see the data is collected, that once we receive the data, we may look at that and say, we need to provide some additional resources or some assistance to them, but we will not know that if we're not collecting the data to have a report made to us.
I would consider this a friendly amendment.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the amendment from Representative Hall. The sponsor considers it a friendly amendment. If you're for the amendment, your vote will be aye. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Escambia. Chairman Baker.
On this amendment, are there not reports already being collected on the discipline and such? I didn't want there to be redundancy, as we know that how precious the time is for educators in the field.
Well, if an individual, now I don't know what reports are because I haven't seen the report that talks about discipline. We've indicated that there's a discipline problem. So I haven't seen a report related to the discipline in the state of Alabama. So this is saying that if that is what I'm asking, that we receive a report on. Have you received a report on the discipline in the state of Alabama since you've been serving? Or any, they may be collecting it.
There's availability, that is, so if I were inquiring, there is availability for some reports. But I will say, if I might could just jump in real quick, Chairman Garrett did, which I had not seen the amendment until just now, but he showed me a little clause in this that says pursuant to this section. So I think that's really what you're focusing on, that is pursuant to this section,
Sure.
that's what the reporting would be. So that's an additional, in addition to what's already being collected. So the concern I had, and is no longer present. So,
oh, okay. Thank you. I was trying to see if we had to work something out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, the question for the body now is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted.
Thank you.
Thank the lady.
Speaker, final passage.
That is the question now is final passage of SB 157 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. SB 157 as amended has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 94 by Senator Carnley relating to taxation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very short, simple bill about bees. This is to remove the state sales tax on bee hives, et cetera, the equipment and the feed for them and the byproducts, and that's the whole bill. And with that, I'll ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Wilcox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you referring to the county and municipal? It's just for sales tax for the state,
I am
not
indeed.
county and municipal.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
And I thought I did it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am trying to be, I don't want to be redundant, but wouldn't this come under the farming process in Alabama?
It would.
Don't they already not paying tax?
It actually, bees were not considered livestock, but this would put that under the same thing as cattle, et cetera.
Okay,
and
thank
poultry.
you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. "99 ayes, 1 nay. The BIR has been adopted."
Mr. Speaker, there was a committee sub, and that was the exclusion of the word honey. It was not the, the bill was not intended to remove sales tax on the sale of honey in the grocery stores, et cetera. So we wanted to make sure that was clarified, that this is for the production of, honey, byproducts, et cetera, and for the beehives. Also, as Representative Wilcox stated, this has nothing to do with the county and municipal sales tax. They are, and they can pass a resolution removing their tax, but this does not have anything to do with the removal of sales tax from the municipal or county. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask.
Vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for final passage of SB 94.
That is the question's final passage of SB 94. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 1 nay. SB 94 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 54 by Senator Orr relating to the Textbook Review Commission.
Representative DuBose.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. I am here to present SB 54. This bill is passed out of the Senate. This bill requires periodicals, that is magazines, newspapers, or journals, to be reviewed by the State Textbook Committee. This applies only to periodicals that are regularly used during classroom instruction in K through 12 public schools. Regular instruction is defined as if it is used at least once a month. A statewide list of approved periodicals shall be published. Once approved, a periodical does not have to be approved again by the Textbook Committee. And with that, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady yield. Could you tell me what is the policy today as relates to guidelines, or what are the guidelines today as relates to periodicals?
There's no guidelines for the Textbook Committee to review periodicals, so we're adding those. These are new guidelines.
So the guidelines will be in addition to what the Textbook Committee already, that's already in place.
That's correct.
And this was not, it says not limited to publishing statewide list of vetted and approved periodicals. So once the textbook committee creates the guidelines, then the textbook committee is responsible for vetting and making sure they're appropriate. Is that what we're trying to get to?
That's right. And once it's approved, like say you approve Time Magazine, it's approved forever. You don't have to approve it every year. Once it makes that list as being an approved periodical, then it's approved.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 92 ayes, 5 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Bose.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That is questions final passage of SB 4. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 86 ayes, 5 nays. SB 54 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 55 by Senator Orr relating to the Personnel Department.
Representative Chestnut.
Yes, it will please the Speaker. This is a simple bill that deals with the Director of Personnel, and it will require the Director of Personnel to regularly assess the educational and experiential and training requirements necessary for each classification of positions in the state service. So in essence, if a person does not need a 4-year college degree, then we should not be requiring them to have a 4-year college degree. If they have a requisite experience, education, or training level, then they should be eligible for employment. So with that, I would like to move for adoption of the budget isolation resolution.
That is questions adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Chestnut.
Yes, if there are no questions, then I would like to move for adoption. And
That is questions final passage of SB 55. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. SB 55 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 286 by Senator Gudger relating to the Alabama Film Office.
President Keel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is the same bill we passed a few weeks ago dealing with the film office and establishing a full-time director and setting their pay. And I call for the BIR.
That's questions adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Keel.
Move final passage.
That's questions final passage of SB 286. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. SB 286 has passed. 99 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lowndes, Reverend Lawrence, for a point of personal privilege.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today just for a personal point of personal privilege. We know our colleague, Representative Pebblein Warren, has been battling with some health issues. She's been in the hospital in Montgomery here for a couple of weeks, and I think her situation kind of worsened a little bit, so they transported her to Grandview Hospital in Birmingham. And so we just kind of want to offer, I guess, a moment of silence and as a prayer to try to hope that she would kind of recover and soon come back this way. Also, we have Representative Ontario Tillman is dealing with some family members in his family that has some health issues as well. So would you kind of bow with me for a moment of silence, please? Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Certainly keep Pebblein in the prayers. She has been a member of this body for many years and certainly needs all our prayers. Mr. Clerk, let's pull SB 289 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has received the accompanying message from Her Excellency the Governor proposing an amendment to Senate Bill number 289 relating to state at-large notary publics.
Representative Chestnut, you're recognized.
On this side? Yeah, I'm handling this for Representative Tillman. Okay, so this executive amendment to Senate Bill 289 makes a few changes. So section 1, line 9, after the word profession, we're going to say that it is to amend section 35-4-25 Code of Alabama 1975 to further provide for officers holding stock in certain corporations. And on page 2, replace line 33 with the following: section 2, section 35-4-25 of the Code of Alabama is amended to read as follows. An acknowledgement or proof of any deed, mortgage, or other conveyance to or by a corporation, national banking association, building and loan association, savings and loan association, or credit union. So we're adding or credit union. At any time taken by an officer authorized by law to take acknowledgments and proofs of conveyances, and at that time owning or holding not more than 1% of the total issued and outstanding capital stock of such corporation, national banking association, building and loan association, savings and loan, or credit union, and not then holding any office in said corporation, National Banking Association, Building and Loan Association, or credit union shall have the same effect as if such officer did not hold or own any of such stock. And then at section 3, this act shall become effective on October. So these are the executive amendments by the governor, and we're asking for a concurrence.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the executive amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 ayes, 0 nays. The executive committee has been confirmed. Let's call SB 231. SB 231.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Committee on Conference on the disagreement of the two houses on House Amendment to Senate Bill number 231. Said conference report being in words and figures as follows. We, the Committee on Conferees, appointed to reconcile the differences between the two houses concerning Senate Bill number 231, have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached conference committee substitute. Respectfully submitted. Signed, Senator Arthur Orr. Signed, Senator Stephen Livingston. Signed, Senator Bobby Singleton. Conferees on the part of the Senate. Signed, Representative Scott Stadhagen. Signed, Representative Prince Chestnut. Conferees on the part of the House.
Mr. Leader, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, conference, what we did was made sure that the subcontractors were okay under this policy. It does not pertain to them at all, which had some concerns throughout our state with some of our subcontractors on the commercial sites. And that is it, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Lee, can you go back through the changes on this bill? Because I couldn't hear it from up there.
Yeah, so the concern was with subcontractors, you know, that work in different industries, and they wanted to make sure that they were excluded from this bill, and the language made sure that they were.
Okay, so the only thing that was changed is the subcontractors, but the rest of the stuff remained the same?
As far as the employees, correct.
And the incentives for the companies and the all
correct.
the things.
Yeah, the whole bill that passed is the same except for the subcontractors, correct.
Okay, so I guess the change is, I guess the change was a minimal change for subcontractors, but the corporations that are receiving the incentives, they will still be on the hook for
private ballot.
The private ballots.
Correct.
But I think it was a little bit more than the private ballots themselves. It's so right now the process, explain that, because I think people need to understand the process now versus the process, what the process will be after the passage of this particular bill.
Okay,
Because I think that there's a lot of misinformation out there, or information out there that is not very forthcoming about the actual content of this particular piece of legislation, which concerned me before and still concerns me at this point.
Okay, yeah, so the content of the original bill was to give the employees the opportunity to have a private ballot if they want to unionize. It has nothing, and that's actually with any vote they take within the company, will be a private ballot. As of right now, they can do something called a card check, which your name as an employee is on the card, and they can physically know how you voted on that issue. Whereas with this bill, when it passes, hopefully it passes, then you will do like when we vote for speaker or leader in our caucus, it's a private ballot. We count all the votes up and we see where we're at. So it basically just gives the employee the opportunity to vote in private how they really feel without being any obligations towards them or any repercussions.
So, but the current process is that it's an open process and not a private ballot. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. It's called a card check with your name on it.
And you have a way of knowing who voted whichever way.
Correct.
And what are the employees feeling pressure, or tell me why we want to make that change?
Yeah,
or
I
what's
mean,
the purpose of it?
I can only imagine some of how much pressure they would feel, just was.
Well, when we vote for Mr. Speaker, I think it's visible who voted where.
Not necessarily, I mean.
How is it not? I think the last time I voted for the Speaker.
Well, you're talking about on the floor. I thought in our caucus, I would like to think he got 100% on his vote count, but I don't know. I know Steve Klaus, and I know one didn't vote for him. So, but it would give those employees the opportunity not to feel threatened, or it's just a protection bill for them.
Well, I think we need protection on the Speaker's vote then.
We got it in caucus.
I guess my point is that we're kind of delving into a process that operates within a private business. It's a kind of an overreach. That's the way I see this. I don't necessarily think that is an issue at this particular point. I've not heard anyone call me saying, "Hey, you got to change this because I feel like my job is in jeopardy, or I'm being threatened by someone else or some group." And so I guess for me, I just. And I know that this is Senator Orr's bill, and have a lot of respect for him, but I just think that this is not necessarily a major issue for us to be bringing it before the legislature, and whereas a private business is operating, and then we're threatening to remove the incentives. I think the way people are talking about it is different than what I'm interpreting, right? And
I can see that.
And I know that that there are efforts out there, and there are groups that are pushing this, and I just don't understand. I guess I don't see the need for this particular process, for this particular way of doing it, and letting them deal with it on their own. And then with us dangling out removal of incentives, is just, I think it's unfortunate that we're getting involved in a private businesses, the way they're operating, whether it's with union or not. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, on the flip side, we are getting involved if we are incentivizing them to.
You're incentivizing them based on other conditions, and this is not one of those conditions.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think when we measure someone, we're measuring progress in jobs and the economic impact that it's going to have. I don't necessarily think that we're measuring it based upon these is not the metrics that's used to determine whether or not the state of Alabama is going to gain more employment opportunities, or going to help our economy, or whatever, what have you. I just think that I don't see this having any real impact on the day-to-day lives of the citizens or our economy.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, if a company wants to unionize, they will. It'd just be on a private ballot, right? So it's not an attack towards any certain entity. It's just, honestly, it's just the opportunity to give that employee the right to vote in private.
And so I think that, in all fairness, we, from a process standpoint, we vote publicly on, like I said, on the speaker's race, we all cast our vote, and everybody know who voted where. But I just didn't know that this was a real issue. Nobody's ever come to me about this being an issue, and they feel pressure because their vote is known, right? And in the private ballot, I don't know that the entity that would be pushing for this particular piece of legislation would push something that will not be in their favor. So that leads me to believe that there are some other nefarious tactics that are operating in the background that cause us to take this road. That's kind of where I am.
Okay. I respect that.
And so I just don't see this as what it appears to be on the surface. I don't see that actually being the reason for it. I think that there's some other reasons for this, and I think that it's just important that we just kind of understand that from my perspective.
Understand.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady out of Madison, Representative Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear, and I I'm not sure if we're talking apples to apples, but my understanding is what we're talking about as the card check is like a petition to get the vote to
The card check is your actual vote in the company with your name on it.
So it's the vote yes or no on union.
If you were voting on, I guess unionizing, I hate to keep saying that, but if you're voting, if a union comes in and you were to cast a vote, if you want to unionize or not, in the current situation now, it would be a card check with your name on it. It would not be in private. People would know how you voted, and it can be intimidating for employees. So the purpose of this bill is to give that employee the opportunity to vote in private. If they want to unionize, great. If they don't, that's great too. Whatever's best for them, but they do it in private. It's not known to everybody.
And I thought that it was private, but that the card check was just about whether or not to actually have the vote, but it wasn't the vote about whether to unionize.
And in other states, there has been stories about certain entities going to their house with their families, getting their votes that way. And not saying that's taking place in Alabama, but nationwide, certain things have happened. And at the end of the day, I think it's a harmless bill to help the employee feel comfortable. Think about how kind of pressured situation we are with my position, with the speaker's role, with the minority leader, and think about these employees working to provide for their families. How stressful that can be. And I can only imagine how some of the situations they can be put in. So this would just be a little bit protection for them to make them feel comfortable to make the best decision for them and their company.
Well, I understand that completely, and I don't want people to feel pressured or intimidated. Certainly, yeah, absolutely not, but it's just not the way I understood how that process worked. So thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure, thanks, lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Tillman.
Come on.
Representative Travis, you must have been sitting in the wrong seat.
Yeah, I'm covering for my.
Oh, okay. All right, I got you. So you speaking on his behalf? Is that what it is?
Yeah, just
okay.
So if any misrepresentation, y'all tell him I tell it well. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I would just want to raise and reference, this bill and everything. And I know it's a big issue that's going on right now in the state, dealing with labor participation. And it's reached one of those points and everything. And I think I always feel like, these issues get driven by what happens in the workplace. I think very earlier we was talking about how we're dealing with that same issue, kind of like in the school systems, where we're dealing with where teachers are having such problems with disruptions and stuff like that. And so people are crying out and trying to make a difference. We're having that same type of thing that's happening in some of the workplaces. And we're having that issue moving forward where, now people find us and, well, maybe we need to do a different way of trying to look at how to get stuff done. And I think giving people, allowing them to utilize the processes that's already been done, it doesn't show any issues of intimidation, because once time when people reach that point, there have been things that's driving and, and pushing the button. Sometimes it's about money. Sometimes it's about just working conditions and how people treat people in that environment. And it usually what happens, having been around an organized worker, it's just not. Folks don't feel like their voices are being heard. And so what happens and everything, because actually your process, I'm not really worried about it, because I think what it does, it gives some people who might have been intimidated to vote, in that way, of feel that they would just go ahead and vote now. They're conscious and vote where they would have voted and everything. So I'm just, really concerned as we get involved in this process and everything, and some of the signals that we're sending out, because two people have a tendency, when you kind of threaten them, say, oh, why you shouldn't, they say, well, why shouldn't I, And I think we get into that point. Manufacturers is a tough environment working in, even though sometimes we look at the salary, but then sometimes it ain't always, you know, what people work for is always about the salary. You know, you can, sometimes your mental health is just as important. And when I talk about that is how the working conditions and how people treat you on the line, you know, and how things go about. So you see that type of things happening. So when we start diving into it and everything, I think it's one of those issues. You know, we've been fortunate here in this state to operate many years without labor in some of these areas and everything that, you know, it's unfortunate, but that people have not decided. But when people have always known when situations arise that those would be ways that they would go about solutions and trying to find solutions. And sometimes, you know, people, I think when we get into the discussion, we just, you know, we kind of create an environment where, you know, that it can be a situation far worse, you know, and I think some of the tactics that folks that pack up and move, they're not going to pack up and move because, you know, you can't pick up these large investments and move them just like that. It may change some stuff and everything that's happening. Like, for instance, if, you know, right now in Mercedes and everything, one of the things that they're having problems with, I know from people that work in this, is that because EVs, electric vehicles, are not as popular, sales are not going as fast as well as they wanted to. You know, they're having to shift workers from the battery plant into the other part of the plants. Another thing that I've heard about, you know, there's been a complaint from folks is that we don't have enough charging stations in Alabama to help, you know, keep the electric vehicle in compliance. You know, people's telling me, you know, because it's not like you pull up the gas station, fill up in 10 minutes, you know, and you're going again. It takes a while, but we don't have those locations. And so we're hurting our own product when we're talking about manufacturing, you know, because we are not creating an environment to help make it successful, you know, because folks say, you know, if we're running out, we got to cut the air conditioner off, we got to cut the radio off, just trying to get to that point and everything. So there are issues that develop, and sometimes from, you know, I think manufacturers have a good process, if they have a good process of communicating with their workers, letting them know, and truly building a team concept where everybody feels they're part of the team, you don't see the problems that folks feel like, well, we need a union in here. But when we don't do that, you know, and I think, you know, as we've looked at this process, I just feel that people sometimes, we react, you know, in a manner still trying to focus on what does it take to make things move forward, you know, because, you know, having a union doesn't mean that's bad, you know, because people, you know, have that and everything. I think one of the things that I've said has always been a problem when you operate without a union is that one of the reasons, if you know about the history of unions, one of the things we always had with unions, we always had great apprentice programs. You know, workers, family workers came in, they took in the process, they trained, they learned the trade and stuff like that. We've had, you know, that was always that. But when you didn't have that type of program, we lost that. And that's been some of the challenges that we face now is having those type of programs and stuff that existed, you know, that unions helped put in place because they knew we needed to continue to develop the next generation of workers. And oftentimes business don't think about what's next until we're at that point, you know, and I think we're having that same thing. As I look down the road, I see that same problem we're having here in Alabama now with teachers. You know, it is harder and harder to find teachers. Not only teachers, but policemen. It's harder and harder to find policemen, and we don't respond and deal with it until it's a crisis. Then we're trying to figure out what do we do next. It is a process, you know, that if people would seriously sit down and say, look, you know, right now we know we got a teacher shortage. Right now we know it's very hard to get teachers in education. And one of the biggest things, there are some simple things that we could do that could make it better. But, you know, we are determined to always do it just like we always have. For instance, one of the things that you require teachers to do with the low salaries is that they get paid once a month. Solution to that, pay teachers twice a month. Doesn't rocket science, but you know, you're trying to get folks started that they got to figure out how I make it a whole month. And then when I get that month, everything goes because I had to live off that whole month. That's things that we could do, just simple process. But you know, no, this is the way we always have done. Teacher's salary, even though we said we give 2% pay raise, a teacher could go out and say, you know, as we talk about, if I want peace of mind, I just go work in a factory environment like that and make double the money with a whole lot less headaches. But as teachers work because of the love of it, and I know I got to. Oh, it's easy to look at what, but we don't never look at why. Why is this happening? Why are we having the issues and concerns that people feel like they need that situation of there? We wanted these top manufacturers to exist, and we shouldn't be, our big badge be because we anti-labor, we're anti-union in that standpoint, because workers do have issues, they do have complaints. Sometimes one of the major things that you find out is that the rotating shift. You know, when you work in 12-hour shift one day, you know, for 1 week or 2 weeks, they got to swap and rotate around to another. That's effective on the body. People, you know, and they have a hard time adjusting. It becomes issues. Folks say, man, you know, and I met too many folks that, look, I just got tired of it. I went and did something else. But that's a simple solution, because sometimes people can say, hey, you know, we talk about our workforce thing. If I got kids at home and stuff like that, working a certain rotating shift doesn't work always for me. You see what I'm saying? These are the type of things that we create in environment stuff, but we just don't feel like we need to get out and look at the full thing. So I know and appreciate that, but I just want people to think about some of this stuff as we get into the discussions and stuff and figure out why we're having these problems, because when we do, we can come up with solutions. That's one of the things I always tell about an engineer. We believe in there's a problem, analyzing the problem, coming up with a solution, and that's what I look forward to do in moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Barber, Representative Fort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Representative, how you doing today?
Doing well, sir. How about yourself?
Just want to ask you one or two questions about the union. And I know Alabama don't like union. Coming to down south don't like union. Did the governor, this is the governor bill. The governor made a statement a few weeks ago. She didn't want the union to come in and take over the state of Alabama. Is that correct or I'm wrong? Did she say that?
The governor has made a strong stance against a particular union. Yes, sir.
And you and Mr. Orr is carrying the bill for?
This is not governor's bill.
You're not well, why would she make a statement like that?
She's got her right to her own opinion.
Why is the South so afraid of the union? Tell me that.
I feel like we're sidetracking of actual concurrence of the changes, but we can talk about that if you want.
Then they just organized, the UAW just organized in the state of Tennessee.
They did.
A few weeks ago.
They did.
And so Alabama's afraid it's going to happen in the state of Alabama. I know the governor's shaking now. It's probably going to pass.
Well,
what's the purpose of a union? Tell me.
Do you want to talk about the changes to this?
I want to talk. I'm a union. I'm an ex-union man.
We're going to
talking
jump
to a
off
union
topic
man
of what we're supposed to talk about. We can do that.
Why are you against the union? I can know that. I can tell where you talk. You want me from the bill? You wasn't.
Let me ask you this. What is in harm of letting an employee have the right to vote in private if they wanted to do something or not?
You believe in the right to work law?
I believe in giving somebody the right to vote in private.
Huh?
I believe in giving someone the right to vote in private.
So you afraid the union gonna come in, big company gonna spend all kind of money that you need. I done did some research. You ought to find out how much money the state of Tennessee paid to keep the union out. They done voted on it.
They voted. It took 3 times in Volkswagen to become unionized.
Well, Alabama might well get ready. They coming. All the most union who want to organize in Alabama, they're coming.
Well,
I used to be an officer in the United Steelworkers of America. You remember them?
So 6% of our state is unionized now, and they have been for a very
real
long
low.
time.
That's pretty good. 6%.
6%, and they have been unionized very low, and that's why we changed the bill to make sure that the people that are unionized right now will not be affected by this bill.
How many automotive manufacturers we got in the state of Alabama?
I mean, do we have in our state?
Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 8, 10.
I'm going to say we got at least 4 or 5.
None of them organized, did they?
Sorry?
Is none of them, is it an organized
I'm
union?
going to say they're not, but I
They're
don't
not.
know. I don't have that information. I don't know if they are.
In
or
the
not.
state of Alabama, afraid of, if the UAW get organized in Alabama, it's gonna spread all over Alabama. That's what the state of Alabama afraid of, right? Is it right or wrong?
Could be right, could be wrong. Depends who you talk to.
Well, that's right. You're
opinions
right
vary.
about that, depending on who you talk to.
Yes, sir.
Because Alabama is a anti-union state.
I wouldn't necessarily
And
say
yes,
they are.
it is, and you want it to stay like that. You want the wages to stay low, no working condition. You don't want that. You want when the company said do this, do that. You don't like contract. I know you don't. I know you don't. I know. Look, I'm about one of the oldest men in here, and I stayed in the union for 22 years. You're not a steel worker.
Would you
Right
agree?
down the road in Barber County, Alabama, you wouldn't think that. You wouldn't believe that, would you?
Actually, I would believe that. Would you agree there are some good unions and there are some bad unions?
Well,
or would you say just cover all? They're all good.
Some bad states and some good states.
That's right. Absolutely.
Some bad folks and some good folks.
You know, and you know, base your opinion and your determination on somebody on their track record. So I mean, that's where I would start personally. So that's how I would view an entity or a company for their track record.
Well, what is the Honda? Is Honda always there? They're not always out in Alabama. It's non-union, right? Honda is non-union.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Toyota is non-union.
Mm-hmm.
How about Mercedes-Benz?
Non-union.
Non-union.
Well, as of today, they're not.
Oh, and they come to pay big money.
Well,
They pay big
technically,
money.
this bill doesn't have anything to do with
Well,
it.
yes, it does.
It gives the employee the right to vote in private.
Now, you think the union gonna come in and start striking, shutting places down? You got the right to work law, and you can scare up the plant. It's gonna be hard to scare. What kind of scare up the plant and put the union out of business? That ain't gonna happen no more.
Well, I think if we look at an angle of an employee, if we're talking about Mercedes, okay?
Talk about Mercedes.
Let's talk about Mercedes. Let's talk about a single mom who's working shift work at Mercedes.
I didn't understand what you said. Say it again.
Let's think a single mom who is working shift work at Mercedes, okay? Do you think she's intimidated working with a lot of men in the factory?
Well, I don't know. I ain't never worked with them men and women. Every job I worked on, that's mostly men. It depends on. It all depends on what company you work for.
It does, but I would say in any setting of any factory, you've got single mothers who are providing for their families, and they're working a hard job, right? And they're intimidated because of, we went over this bill, a man is different than a woman, right? And it can be intimidating for a single mom to be in a factory with a bunch of men.
Yeah.
And if this situation were to happen, just let's say any decision there was, and those men wanted to do something, do you not think she would be intimidated on voicing her
Might be,
opinion?
but no, the union gonna put something in the contract to protect her. They gonna know. Yeah.
So
I
if
know.
she doesn't want to do it, will they protect her?
I know. There ain't nobody gonna fool with her. Cause if they gonna have it in the contract, if you do, you automatic gone.
But if let's say she didn't want to do it, do you think they'd protect her then?
I wouldn't think. Women, came up the ladder from nowhere. They making just as much money as men there now.
They are absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But I think just in any situation, I think with anybody, and it could be with anything, that somebody could not feel comfortable in their job site and intimidated for a number of reasons. And if you put something else in front of them that they have to vote on in public, they're not going to make the right decision that's best for them. They're going to do what's best for that situation and that environment. So they're not going to be attacked or feel threatened or whatever the case may be. So really, this bill, all it is it gives that single mother the opportunity to vote in private. And that's it.
Well, I don't know all what the governor said, but my feeling is if UAW get a foothold in Alabama, and all the rest of the companies going to organize right behind them, they're going to have a good contract We had a good contract, but we had the right to work law, and they scabbed the plant, and we gone.
So you would
ain't gonna be no
compare
scabbing plant.
you compare your steel union to the UAW.
Make more money there than I made anywhere else. Every job I worked on, because it was non-union.
So you would compare them you'd put them in the same basket.
Yes.
What about Detroit?
We don't live in Detroit.
That's right. You know who does?
live in
that, don't
Alabama.
you? UAW does.
You're right. They head to the South, and y'all don't want them in the South. When I say y'all, I'm talking about you. You and the rest of y'all. I'm talking about the governor.
I think the governor is
she don't
very
want-
pro-business
She don't make the state. What kind of statement did she make?
She cares about the future of our state, and she cares about all the hard work that's put into it, and she cares about the employees. She cares about the Alabamian. Everything she does is cares about the Alabamian.
I wouldn't doubt that.
I mean, she doesn't discriminate. She's going to make the best decision for our state.
I don't know what she discriminate or not, but she doesn't want them in the state of Alabama when she want to make the state, man. And what UAW going to, how they going to hurt Alabama? They're going to help Alabama.
How'd they help Detroit?
Well, you keep bringing up Detroit.
I do.
You ever been to Detroit?
No, sir, I have not, and I will not.
There's no low-paid employees in Detroit. I got a brother live there.
What's his thoughts on UAW?
With the school system. He was in the union.
What's his thoughts on UAW?
So what?
What's his thoughts on UAW?
I don't know where that comes from.
I'm just saying that with every entity in different industry, you've got opinions on different ones. Some are good, some are bad. And you brought up unions, and I mean, there's some good ones, there's some bad ones.
We talking about a union.
Now, there's
Next time you bring up a union, you see me coming up here saying something defending them.
Yes, sir. There's some that have been here for decades, and that's why we changed this bill, because they are doing a good job, and they have watched out and made sure that
And the gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was hoping we'd have a chance to talk today.
Yeah, it's good to be able to get down here and converse with you for a minute. What actually did they change in the bill?
Yeah, so the concern was the subcontractors. Originally, the attorneys said that they are fine. With the original bill, they would not be affected. Some of the subcontractors had a little bit more concerns and wanted some better language to make sure that they were, and that's what we did. We gave them language that basically took them out, made them completely safe. So let's say if they're a steel worker and they're unionized and they come to the new Mercedes plant and they were to do an addition, they would not be affected in any sort of way at all.
So basically then, if a company unionizes, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. What's the penalty for the things that you're talking about?
For them to unionize?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
No penalty.
Absolutely no penalties whatsoever in this bill.
Okay. And you know, we give incentives for people to come to the state, for them to bring their business here.
Yes, sir.
But yet and still, we have a lot of our companies here that are not providing the things that they said they would provide.
Okay.
We have a lot of companies that are using temporary, workers
absolutely.
rather
Well,
than...
I believe the speaker has been looking into that,
Yeah.
our workforce development and
Exactly.
participation, and it's not where it needs to be. And I would agree to that statement. Yes, sir.
You're saying that people should be able to vote, and I agree with that a great deal, that it is a right to just vote in private. But I also understand that we need to have real good partners that are concerned about the state as a whole. We have three things that drive economic development. You got people, you got profits, and you got pay. And if we are not taking care of the people, then we're going to end up without the profits and nobody will be paid.
100%.
In our state. will
100%.
suffer.
I agree with that.
So I think I hope this is a wake-up call for the companies that have come here, that you honestly have to begin taking care of the people that are working in the facility so that the whole state, everybody can benefit from it. Thank you very much,
Yes, sir. Good to talk
Thank
to
you,
you.
Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with the gentleman. You.
Yes, sir.
What's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Not much, man. You know, I was just sitting there, man. I didn't want to come. Then I was like,
You had to talk to him.
never could miss the opportunity to talk to you about
I know
something
it.
that
I
we
appreciate
totally
it.
disagree on.
I know. I agree. I would be upset if you didn't.
And I'm not going to take the full 10 minutes, so I'm going to give people an opportunity to vote. But I do want to go on record saying I'm totally against this legislation, and the fact that I think people overlook the fact. I was sitting there listening because I try to listen at the debates, and you were talking about, a woman being intimidated working, in a work environment with men.
That was just an example I was trying to use. I mean, there's tons of other ones.
What was that example about?
Or just an employee themselves being intimidated in their work environment already, or not feeling comfortable, right?
Right.
And then put in a situation where they would have to make a decision publicly, and you could use a million different other scenarios.
And I guess what struck me was when a person you're talking about equal opportunity employers, and when a person feels intimidated at work, to me they only have one or two things that they can do. Either they can go to a structure within the establishment where they work, whether it be their supervisor or the HR department or something like that, or the union. Like if they feel intimidated at work, what do they have to turn to? And the people, and I believe people should have options, because if you work for a company and you feel intimidated and you feel comfortable that you can go to your supervisor, your foreman, or whoever, your manager, or you can go to your HR department and those situations are handled, then guess what? You don't even need a union. When the union vote come up, 9 times out of 10, it won't pass. But when you have situations where people feel that they're intimidated, they don't have anywhere to turn, they're working in hostile environments, unsafe work environments, they don't receive their bonuses, companies are top heavy, the workers are not receiving what they need, the benefits are not where they need to be. Like I mentioned, unsafe work environments, the people are not getting paid the rates that they should be getting paid. Then you're gonna have people come in and want to have a union. I've been fortunate for 10, almost 11 years working at Austal. We had a union vote. And the union vote failed. And it was because people felt comfortable where they were. They didn't feel the need to have third-party representation. But everybody's not like that. Like, it's so many companies that need third-party representation. They need somebody to intervene to make sure that these people have safe work environments, to make sure that that woman at work in a male-dominant field doesn't feel that she's being intimidated at work. And the fact that if a person fills out a card, they're pretty much saying that they want to move forward with having a vote.
How did y'all vote when y'all voted on unionize?
We voted just the same way that you vote all the time. They pass out the cards, they call for a vote. The company have an opportunity to present their case. It turns into a campaign, and then the people vote.
Was your name on your ballot?
I'm in management, so I didn't vote.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Oh, they were voting against you. Or for you.
Well, they voted for it because
Yeah.
they voted for it because you treat people right.
That's
you know
right.
what I'm saying? So you treat people right, so they voted for. But I guess what I'm kind of getting at is we're kind of on a slippery slope. We're saying we want to be business friendly, which we do. We want to be business friendly. We want these companies to come here, but it's a part of your legislation that is pretty much saying that if these employees go out and they sign these cards and they come to us saying that they want to vote, if you participate in that process, then we're gonna take back all the incentives that we've given you. Like, what's the process of a company paying back incentives to the state? What does that look like?
There'll be an investigation first.
Okay.
That will take place. And then from that, I don't know the payment schedule back.
Wait, instead of like a payment plan with the state?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know the fines or paying it back.
We're talking about millions of dollars.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
We're talking about millions of dollars that we're gonna force a company. Now that's not business friendly. You know, if you ask me,
so
that's something that could make a company want to say, man, I may be treated better or treated more fair somewhere else just because I adhere to the National Labor Board standards of these employees sign these cards, say they want to vote. I'm going to allow them the opportunity to participate in this process. Now all of a sudden, the state of Alabama is coming down on me because I'm just giving my employees an opportunity, and now they want me to pay millions of dollars in tax incentives or whatever types of incentives back just because I participated in a process. That's not business friendly to me.
So you would say it's employee friendly?
Employee friendly to what? Allow the employee to, yes, because if the employee signed the card, they want the opportunity to vote.
Or I'm talking about this bill. If it's not business friendly, would it be employee friendly then?
No, I think this bill is leadership of the state friendly. I don't think it's necessarily business friendly or employee friendly because you have consequences across the board. You're making it more difficult for the employees to have the right to vote in what they may consider their best interest because in all cases, the employees didn't vote to unionize, just like in our case.
How would it
The
be more
employees
difficult?
voted and they voted no.
How would it be more difficult, though, in this legislation, though?
How would what?
How would it make it more difficult for the employee to vote in private?
Because you're changing the entire structure that's in place. You're totally changing the structure in place. You're making it where the company have to totally step back from the situation, and they're gonna bring in national people from the National Labor Board to come in and conduct these elections. Okay. What is it that you're telling the employer that they cannot do anymore? Because there's something in this legislation that you're telling the employer that they cannot do anymore, and if you do it, then we're going to penalize you and make you pay millions of dollars back.
Correct.
They can't
You
what?
can't card check. You can only vote in private, and that's it.
Okay. If a person signed a card, aren't they saying that they want to vote?
Well, that would be their option if they wanted
Well,
to.
let me ask you this. Who wanted this legislation? Did employees want this legislation, or did employers want this legislation? Or did the top leadership in the state want this legislation? I guess that's where it really boils down to, because a lot of times we sponsor bills and we don't ask the people that's being impacted. Let's go ask the electricians. Let's go ask the steel workers. Let's go ask the automobile workers how they feel about the legislation, and not necessarily the companies that are represented or us. Because we don't always know. We think we know.
That's right. I agree
We
with
think we
that.
know.
I agree with that 1,000%.
But at no point do we go out and just meet with the workers at the county fair and say, hey man, how's Mercedes treating you? How you feel about it? You know
how many emails I've had since I filed this, or we've done this bill?
I have no idea, because I'm sure, just like with everything else in session, we get a lot of emails all the time about a lot of stuff, and there ain't no way you can keep up with all of it. So I could imagine.
A lot of emails from employees at manufacturers who have thanked me for this legislation and sent it to org.
Okay, but a lot in some cases, because this is a knee-jerk reaction establishment. I've seen people get one phone call and have a knee-jerk reaction and sponsor legislation that changed the total law in the state of Alabama just because they got one phone call or maybe two. they're not looking at the masses of the 5.3 million people in the state. They got a couple of phone calls and now they're being reactive to a situation. So I don't know what a lot of employees, I don't know what that look like. What does that look like? 100 emails? I mean, what does that
It's
look
enough
like?
emails where I remember a lot of people reaching out to me. I don't know the exact number, but I will say
But
a lot of
you're like a
employees-
smart guy. What is that percentage compared to?
I would say since we filed this bill, 50 plus emails I've received.
50 emails, and 50 emails. So we're talking about 6% of the state is unionized, right?
Currently, yes.
Currently. So you got 50 emails, and 6% of the state is unionized. So,
But not
is that
how
like a
many
lot of
people
work
work at the factories, though, right? So
I mean, it's a lot. Like in our facility, it's 3,000. So it's a lot. But you know, wouldn't pass up on
And the
our
gentleman's time has expired. Question for the body now is concurrence of the committee report. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 72 ayes, 29 nays. Concurrence has been passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lowndes, Reverend Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request to suspend the rules to allow the Montgomery County delegation to meet in room 429 immediately.
All those in favor say aye. Granted. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Escambia, Chairman Baker.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we had one of our members that happened to have a birthday yesterday, but we would like to maybe recognize that birthday today.
Would that be Terry Collins?
That would be Chairman.
Oh, that's right.
Terry
Wasn't it?
Collins.
Hey, hey. So we're going to sing happy birthday or two, Mr. Chairman?
We will sing happy birthday.
All right, lead us off.
Here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Terry. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wait a minute. Mr. Speaker, I move we indefinitely postpone all House bills remaining on the regular order calendar.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? They are postponed.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment
So when?
till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.